Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. It's a Monday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. And listen, if you need more than this weekend in sports to get your blood pumping, you need to go to a doctor or you're not a sports fan. Kate Constable in for Jakes today. So, Kate, over the weekend, we had college football. The final rankings are set for the college football playoff. We have the Chiefs now teetering on the brink of missing the playoffs. We had Josh Allen being Josh Allen over the weekend. So I will say, every single weekend I say, like, this was the best weekend in sports thus far. And now I'm sitting here saying the exact same thing. It feels like we had another banner weekend when it came to watching football.
It was a massive weekend in the NFL. I mean, college football too. Like, I guess you can't forget about Saturday whatsoever. But watching the scores, so I was calling a basketball game yesterday when the early window was happening. And so I just kept refreshing and like keeping my eye on these scores. And like, I mean, the Bills Bengals game, like score after score, and you have Burrow throwing touchdowns, and then you have Burrow throwing interceptions, and the Titans beating the Browns, and the Vikings and JJ McCarthy 9 coming up big, not just scoring 9 points, 31-0 over the Commanders. And I'm like, what in the world is going on today? The Bucks lose to the Saints. Like, it was a wild day in NFL. And then we had the afternoon window. Packers and Bears was phenomenal. Chiefs go down at night. Like, you really could not have asked for a better day all around. Like, I feel like, Chelsea, a couple times this season, we've had like just total duds in the late window or a number of duds in the early window. And it's like, okay, fine. Like, that happens. But like, it's felt like almost every game was just really good yesterday.
I will say in the late window, like, things looked like they were getting out of hand for a bit, like when the Packers were kind of ahead. But then we had a great game there. And some of it's like what the game is that you get to watch regionally. And luckily we did have the Packers and the Bears because that ended up being a good game. But I think the other games were like the Rams and the Cardinals. That was not a good game. I'm trying to think what the other one was.
Broncos
I think it was
and Raiders.
Like
well, I guess
Broncos and Raiders.
The afternoon's good for me because of, I mean, I was locked in on Packers Bears. So I had the other two games up on separate TVs, but like, those actually weren't all that great score-wise. But Packers-Bears certainly delivered.
Yeah, especially because the divisional implications as well. Like, it wasn't just a great game down to the final seconds. It's such a tight race for the NFC North. And it's wild to me as you look across the NFC, there are some good teams that are going to be left out of the playoffs. And like, as we'll talk about the Chiefs, like the Chiefs stand with a losing record. So you have nobody to blame but yourselves. Because imagine if the Chiefs were in the NFC. They wouldn't even have a chance.
Oh, no, not at all. Like, the Chiefs deserve to be left out of the playoffs with how they've played this season.
Right.
The Chiefs have not been the Kansas City Chiefs, the dynasty team. Like, I don't feel bad for the Chiefs at all. You haven't been playing well enough to make the playoffs right now. You still have a great roster. You still have a great quarterback. You still have a great head coach. Like, you can't take those things away from the Chiefs, but you're not playing good complementary football in all three phases well enough to win games. You don't deserve to be in the playoffs. So, but yeah, going back to the NFC, like, you have the Lions as the 8th seed. The Bears, which is crazy. Bears went into yesterday as the number 1 seed in the NFC. That loss to the Packers drops them to 7th. That's how competitive it is in the NFC right now, which is absolutely wild. Packers are now 2nd behind the Rams.
It's crazy to me that, like, for the longest time, I think people looked at the Kansas City Chiefs and they say, okay, they'll figure it out at some point. Okay, we're sitting here at December 8th. Like, at what point in the season do you officially give up on the Chiefs? Because for me, that was a few weeks ago. Because you watch the team, they don't even look like a good team. And granted, they do deserve some credit because they do have championship experience. It's just the things that we normally trust, like Patrick Mahomes. And I understand he didn't have a bunch of his offensive linemen last night. And we know that he absolutely looks mortal when he does not get protection. But even Andy Reid making some weird play calls when he's deep, pinned inside the Chiefs' territory, and he decides to go for it on fourth down. They don't get it. And then the Texans get great field position. That's something he hadn't done in like 27 years of coaching. So you see, the drops from Travis Kelce. You see the drops from Rashee Rice. So all around, it's not just Patrick Mahomes. It is a team effort, and this team effort is bad.
Yeah, I mean, Chelsea, you talk about, like, at what point of the season do you give up on the Chiefs? It was last night for me. I held out for a long time, giving the Chiefs the benefit of the doubt, because I think they deserve it. You've won 3 Super Bowls in how many previous years, or been to the Super Bowl even. But they deserve the benefit of the doubt that, okay, they can still run the table. They can still figure it out. That's over for me after last night. I mean, not only record-wise, like 16% chance of making the postseason right now. Even if they win out, 52% chance to make the postseason, and they're going to need some help from other teams, either, beating other teams or those specific teams losing, whatever the outcomes might be. Yeah, I'm out on the Chiefs. I feel like a lot of people held out thinking that this Kansas City could turn it around because they have Patrick Mahomes, but it's just not their season. Things aren't clicking right. And I mean, you mentioned just weird stuff from Andy Reid, uncharacteristic stuff from everyone as a whole out of that Chiefs locker room.
Right. And I think the thing is in sports that it is incredibly difficult to be on top of the mountain for a long time. And the Chiefs have already done a damn good job of staying atop that mountain for a long time, because now this is the first year in 9 years where the Chiefs won't win their division. That's a crazy stretch. Like, according to ESPN, that is the longest stretch to win a divisional title across all of the major sports. So it is quite something. And even when you look at the postseason, it feels like the AFC Championship game is basically the Kansas City Invitational. So we knew that it was going to come to an end at some point. It's just, it's hard to see it come to fruition.
I'm double checking this stat here, but I don't think there's been a season, maybe since since becoming the starter in 2018. This is going to be, I mean, unless all the chips fall Kansas City's way the rest of the season, this will be the first year since becoming the starter of the Kansas City Chiefs that Mahomes hasn't been to an AFC Championship game. Chelsea, like, not just winning the division, going to an AFC Championship game. That's crazy. And the thing is that, I mean, I still can't get past, and maybe some other people are already there, of like not having faith in this Kansas City team and maybe going forward. But like, once the season's over, Super Bowl ends, odds come out for next season, early looks for Super Bowl the Chiefs are gonna be a top of the board. Maybe they won't have the number 1 odds, because it's always, the reigning Super Bowl champ has the best odds to repeat in the offseason, but the Chiefs are going to have top 5 best odds to win the Super Bowl, right? Like, this Kansas City team, as long as you have Mahomes and Andy Reid, I don't think is necessarily going anywhere. You're going to have to make some adjustments on the offensive line. You're going to have to make some adjustments defensively, but like, one bad year doesn't mean that, I don't think it means that the dynasty is fully over. I just think it's not continuing on this season.
Well, I think when it comes to like high-end potential, like, I do think this team has some issues that maybe they can't win a Super Bowl, but like, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm going to be shocked if the Chiefs make the postseason next year, because that's just crazy. No. Like, they still have Patrick Mahomes, they still have Andy Reid. And again, it should be mentioned that last night they had so many injuries to the offensive line. And like, we've seen this story before. Patrick Mahomes needs protection like every other quarterback across the league. So when he doesn't have that protection, he starts to make some bad throws. And statistically, last night was one of the worst games of his entire career. 14 of 33, no touchdowns, and 3 picks. Sacked twice, 160 yards passing. These are numbers you would expect from a rookie, not the face of the franchise and the face of the league. But maybe we should talk a little bit about the team that won the game, Kate. The
Exactly.
Texans did win 20-10 as 3.5-point underdogs. CJ Stroud did just enough because his numbers were not great either. 15 of 31, 203 yards passing, a touchdown, no picks. Woody Marks pretty good on the ground, 26 carries for 68 yards, and caught a touchdown pass from CJ Stroud.
I mean, the numbers that you rolled out for Patrick Mahomes, those would be numbers for CJ Stroud based on how he's playing this year. And Stroud was so much better yesterday. I mean, had his moments, but certainly played a strong game, better than he's looked throughout a lot of the season, because he's struggled at a lot of the season. That defense, though, like, easily top 2 defense in the league, right? Like,
right.
that's what's made Patrick Mahomes force him into so many mistakes yesterday.
Right. So the Texans do deserve some credit here. It's not just all about the Chiefs and, their fall from grace, because the Texans have come on strong down the stretch, now standing at 8-5 on the season. And again, another quality win where the defense really ruled the roost, because that's the thing. It's not like their offense is lighting up any stat sheet. It's just because their defense is so tough on opposing quarterbacks. And it feels like they're good, at both levels, where they have Will Anderson, of course, on the defensive line, or a linebacker, one of the best in the game. And they have Derek Stingley Jr. on the secondary. So it's just really tough for opposing quarterbacks to get going. Like, from a fantasy perspective, we knew that this was going to be a tough go for Patrick Mahomes, just based on the matchup alone. But let me ask you this, Kate. Do you think this is a Texans team that could possibly make some waves in the postseason? Have they gotten to that level?
I mean, yes, I think they can because of their defense, but you do need, like, their offense still has to play better. I don't think you're necessarily going to... They're not a Super Bowl caliber offense right now, and I think you need to have, like, a solid offense. I mean, that's not rocket science in order to win a Super Bowl, especially with some of the teams that you're going to be going up against in the AFC to get there. And then, honestly, like, I think the NFC is so stacked that you put I don't know, name a couple teams, and I might take them over the Texans. But when you have a defense this dominant, that's their path to getting to a deep postseason run is how good their defense has been, because you can't just rely on Nico Collins the entire postseason. Like, he's going to get taken away at some point, and there isn't enough offense for the Texans right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're the Broncos light. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Where it's a team with a very similar makeup, where the defense kind of rules the day. The offense is hit or miss. But I will say this, at least CJ Stroud has more experience than Bo Nix. And we've also seen this story before with the Texans in the postseason. Last year, I think it was, where I didn't really believe in them. They seemed like a team kind of like this year, where they just kind of made it to the postseason. You're like, oh, there's no way. I think it was either the Browns or the Chargers. And I was like, oh, they're the play. Fade the Texans. And the Texans won. Yeah. So they're one of those teams that kind of lives under the radar, that I think because they're not one of those, like, big market teams, even though Houston, like, by demographics, is a very big city, we just don't really mention them with the likes of, like, some of the blue bloods in the NFL, like your, I was going to say Baltimore and Kansas City, but LOL this year. And that's another thing. It just feels like such a topsy-turvy year, especially in the AFC, that it feels like anybody's game. So I'm not going to stand here and be like, okay, if the Texans make the postseason, they don't have a chance. I don't think they have a chance to win a Super Bowl, but I do think they could definitely play spoiler to some of the other teams in the AFC.
And, I mean, they have a great shot at winning this division still, Chelsea. So, like, they're going to get in, in my opinion, they're going to get into the postseason. I mean, I wish I had bet on them yesterday to win the division. I think you could have gotten it at like 14-1 still. Because especially with Daniel Jones' injury, that opens things up for, I mean, the Colts are, what are they bringing Anthony Richardson in off the bench? Is he their starter going forward? Like, ugh. Texans are now plus 175 to win the division. Jags beating the Colts yesterday, minus 185. But yeah, that division certainly up for grabs. And I will say, like, CJ Stroud has only continued to get better as the season has gone on. So they're a team with a lot of momentum. The win streak obviously brings a lot of that. But Stroud is playing, as much as I kind of bash on the offense, like, he continues to play better each week. And if that's going to continue to rises right into the postseason.
Right. And if you look at their schedule down the stretch, it is pretty favorable. They have Cardinals at home. They get the Raiders. They go on the road to the Chargers and then finish the season with a divisional matchup against a battered Colts team, which, ooh, what an end to the season for the Colts. Felt like they were one of the contenders in the AFC, and now Daniel Jones goes down. Not so much. Notre Dame thought that they could be contenders. Not so fast, my friend. We'll talk about college football and the playoff rankings after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on an overreaction Monday. And you know what? Maybe it's not even an overreaction when we talk about these college football playoff rankings. Because listen, Kate Constable in for Jinx today. People are big mad about these final rankings and the fact that Miami got in over Notre Dame. Notre Dame to the point where they said, you know what? We're not even going to play in a bowl game. We're declining to play in any other games because we deserve to be there. But let me ask you this, Kate. Like, I think that we can all agree that there are some things that probably need to change with the college football playoff. But is there ever going to be an operating system where everyone is happy? I just feel like no matter how many teams we have and no matter what the stipulations are, like somebody's going to be mad and there's always going to be bickering. I feel like it is impossible to please this wide of a swath of people when you're talking about college football fans.
Chelsea, it is the Real Housewives of college football. Like, we live for the drama, right? Like, that's what it is. No one is ever going to be, we'll never be at a place where everyone is completely happy because that just doesn't work in real life ever. But when it comes to sports too, like, things are subjective. Which win was better? Was this this team won on the road in these elements against a team that was ranked at the time? Well, that team wasn't ranked by the end of the season because they've lost 7 straight. Like, you get all sorts of those different types of scenarios. And unless there is a specific, I don't know, like metric system where it's all done by computers and numbers and everything, but like you have human beings making these decisions, it's always going to be subjective. And when things are subjective, not everyone's going to be happy. And certainly that was the case yesterday when the rankings came out and Notre Dame was left out of the playoff.
Well, even when it was only metrics and computers, do you remember the BCS? People didn't like that either.
That's true.
But I will
That's
say,
very true.
Maybe if the field was widened, because I think part of the problem with the BCS is that it just picked 2 teams, and now we have a wider swath where it's 12 teams. And like at the start of the college football season, I said, okay, if you're not one of the 12 teams, like you had your own pathway, you should have won more games because 12 teams is a lot to draw from. But I do think after all of this that we probably will add some more teams. Maybe there'll be some tweakments, but here's the craziest part. And I do think, when these rankings were released, I did gasp. Like, I was at a church potluck and my husband like reaches over the table and like shows me his phone. I go, and my mom was like, "What happened?" I said, "Mom, you're not going to believe this. Notre Dame got left out of the college football playoff." Because here's the thing. All season long, when we had these rankings revealed week by week, Notre Dame was over Miami. And one would think, a casual person would think, okay, since Miami and Notre Dame both did not play on the final week of the college football season and conference championship games, why would they change their opinion on these? So in case you've been living under a rock, here are the final rankings and the final teams who are in. So no surprises at the top. Indiana is your new number 1 after beating Ohio State in the conference championship game in the Big Ten. Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Oklahoma. Alabama is in despite losing badly in the SEC championship game. Miami is your final at-large bid instead of Notre Dame. And then the 2 teams who got in because they are conference champs are Tulane and James Madison. So let me ask you, Kate, what was your reaction when you heard that Notre Dame was not going to be playing in the college football playoff?
I didn't hourly gasp, but I was shocked. I thought there is no way Notre Dame doesn't make the playoff. One, because of, honestly, Chelsea, like partly because of the name Notre Dame. It's one of the, if not the most storied organization in college football. There's fans coast to coast. Eyeballs will be on this game. Well, the hypothetical game that I thought was going to happen in the playoff with Notre Dame. But and we talk about like the money aspect in college football all the time and the networks and everything. Like Notre Dame is kind of a cash cow. I think if you looked at ratings for Notre Dame versus Miami, probably higher for Notre Dame. So like that was my initial reaction, was just like all the off-field components that also kind of come. No one will talk about it. The committee will never say those things, but like that, I feel like that for the past couple of years has been part of it. Clearly not this year. I was shocked because on the football side, like Notre Dame in the first ranking, this is after they've already lost to Miami. They were 8 spots ahead of Miami in the first ranking, and they won by double digits, and for the most part remained, actually not for the most part, they clearly remained ahead of Miami in the rankings the entire rest of the season. So how do you have them ranked higher than Miami throughout the entire season, and then the last week you say, okay, nope, Miami's out? Now the answer to that is like JMU gets in, so like things are thrown off because of some other smaller schools getting in. I mean, obviously you have to have your group of 5, but like I was very surprised, and I quite frankly, I don't really blame my Notre Dame for being mad that they're not in it.
I think they can be mad, but I don't think they should opt out of a bowl game. Like, that feels unfair to the players who maybe did want to play. Like, think about some of these kids that may not play football at the next level. Like, the bowl experience is still a fun one. So, like, that's my 2 cents there. But how about we listen to what college football playoff chair Hunter Yurachek said on why Notre Dame was officially left out of the college football playoff.
And once we moved Miami ahead of BYU, then we had that side-by-side comparison that everybody had been hungering for with Notre Dame and Miami. And you look at those 2 teams on paper, and they're almost equal in their schedule strength, their common opponents, the results against their common opponents. But the one metric we had to fall back on, again, was the head-to-head. I charged the committee members to go back and watch that game again, the Miami-Notre Dame game, because it was so far back. And we got some interesting debate from our coaches on what that game looked like as we watched it. And with that in mind, we gave Miami the nod over Notre Dame into that 10 spot.
Okay, so head-to-head only matters in the final rankings, I suppose, if the teams are right next to each other, which feels like a weird logic to me. Honestly, I feel like the better logic, if I was on the committee, I would have said, okay, the week-to-week rankings are prisoners of the moment. And it's like, okay, we can't change it that much, like based on stuff that doesn't happen. But at the final, in the final rankings, those are overall rankings for the entirety of the season. And in fact, I think a lot of people are clamoring for the fact that why do we even have rankings during the season if they don't matter according to the final rankings? Like, I understand they want to draw attention to college football. They want viewership. They draw this out with a TV show on ESPN. But, like, if these rankings don't matter, I think that's the tough part, is we feel like idiots and we feel like we've been gaslit for the entire season with these college football rankings week by week, when at the end of the day, it feels like those previous ones don't even matter.
Chelsea, going back, like, it's all for the networks. That's why they have rankings. They draw out those shows. They say we're going to release the rankings at 5:30, 5:55. The rankings come out. Like, that's the thing with college football. Another thing is, like, if they talk, okay, fine, the head-to-head, yeah, that should matter. You lose to Miami, like that Miami has the edge over you there. But you look at two lost teams, and Miami's losses were significantly worse. You lost to Louisville and you lost to SMU, where Notre Dame lost to 2 top-ranked teams the first 2 weeks of the season. One of those on the road in the rain, and you have a freshman starting quarterback. Like, does that go into effect at all? Doesn't seem to. So, like, I understand the argument of, like, the head-to-head, but you're right. Like, what's the point in the rankings all season long if the team that you have ranked higher than the other team doesn't make it in? If it's ultimately the head-to-head, like, if it's the head-to-head, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame in the rankings throughout the last, 7 rankings that were released.
Right. So it's one of those things that I think people will argue for the next 5 years over. So in the meantime, honestly, like, our opinion does not matter on this, but if you had your way, are there any tweakments that they should do? Because for me, I look at these rankings and I say, okay, how can we avoid some of these arguments? And like, it's a year-to-year thing. Maybe we don't have this scenario next year. But when you look at, I feel bad even saying this because I do appreciate, some parity and trying to put some of the smaller schools in. It just feels to me like in football especially, it's not a sport where you see the smaller schools competing with the big dogs. Like, does anybody see James Madison and think, okay, that's a team that can win a national championship? Like, I feel mean saying this, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of like some of these games where in the first round we have like James Madison getting blown out, by Oregon. And maybe it's not the case. And maybe I'm, being too hard on James Madison, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, I think for me, the future holds a rankings where it's simply the top 12 teams. And we do away with like the conference champions. And I feel like, why are teams going to be motivated to even play in a conference championship game? So I think that's probably where the future is headed for college football, because I do think there could be like some small tweakments, kind of like what we saw last year where they, moved the seating around. Like the format's still the same, but we did the seating a little differently, to where there are some things that could make it better, like that are very small changes.
Well, I think conference championships are going to start to matter less and less. Like you look at BYU feeling like they got screwed because they lost their conference championship, or Alabama got blown out by Georgia and still in the playoff. I agree with you. I think that's the fix. But the thing is, we can't have fixes every year when the world goes mad because of the outcome that the committee decides. To your point of James Madison, like, I don't think they have a chance. They're 20.5-point underdogs to Oregon. Tulane is 16.5-point dogs to Ole Miss. Get two more competitive teams in there. Every other line for playoff games is like 1.5, 2.5. Maybe do we have any threes out there? But like, it is like a field goal type game where these other two with the smaller schools, like, they're likely going to get blown out. It would be a massive, massive upset if James Madison or Tulane were to advance to the next round. I would much prefer to watch Notre Dame, Ole Miss, or Notre Dame, Oregon, right? And even to get like a BYU, Ole Miss, BYU, Oregon, something like that. So, I mean, that would be the fix, is just to take the top 12 teams. But then it's like, what does your conference matter? What does your conference record matter anymore? Like, there are so many little nuances to all of that then that I don't know if that's ever going to be the option, is the top 12 teams.
Right. And it's so year to year, because like this year it is Miami and Notre Dame that are going back and forth. And you say, well, what about this? So it just feels like there's going to be a different problem every year. Like, say we fix it and it's for this year's field and this year's scenarios. Next year, there's going to be totally different scenarios. And we're like, well, we didn't think of this, so we got to change it again. It just feels like there's never going to be a solution for college football, is like what it feels like to me, because how long have we been arguing about this? I remember when I was in college and when I was in high school talking about the BCS. Like, this has been a point of contention for 20 years and probably longer than that. Like, you look at some of the championships that Alabama has claimed, and like, you have arguments where you're like, is that really a national championship? Should that really count to your national titles? So I don't know if it's a problem that'll ever be fixed, but I think your original point is well taken, that we talked about at the very top of this segment, is that this drama and these arguments is what makes college football great. Like, the chaos, like going into the weekend, that's kind of what a lot of people were hoping for. Like, how many people did you talk to that said, I just want chaos in college football? I just want whatever scenario to happen where things get jumbled up, and it's part of the fun.
Chelsea, I had to tell my husband that we're done talking about the college football playoff rankings because he wouldn't stop. And he's of the camp, like, he hates Notre Dame. He's just a Notre Dame hater. So, like, he was so happy that they were left out. But, like, for weeks, every time the rankings would come out, and especially leading up to this week, like, he just wouldn't stop about it. And I feel like that's every college football fan, but like, I just couldn't listen to it at home anymore. I'm like, well, I talk about it, I read about it all day. I don't need to hear it from you, dude. So we're done with this. But that's the beauty of college football. Like, you get all sorts of drama like that. And as much as like people don't want to admit, like, I think people like that. So the drama's going to come every single year. You're right. We complain about the same things every year, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon, even if they make arguments, because then guess what? You're going to have, if it was the top 12 teams that are taken, you're going to have that 13th ranked team say, well, we had better wins over, XYZ. This win was more significant than this win. We had more confidence, like all of those things. It's never going to please everyone, but that's kind of the beauty of college football. There's drama to it.
Yeah. The only thing we don't need is teams opting out of bowl season, though. Like, that stinks. Because, like, it used to be, okay, you don't play in the big bowl games. That's fine. You go to Orlando or whatever, and you beat a team by 40, and that's how you prove people wrong. But instead, Notre Dame said, no, we're not going to the Pop-Tarts Bowl. The Pop-Tarts Bowl is amazing. You should be thrilled to be invited to the best bowl game of the entire season. We got to get to break. Up next, it's our MVPs of the weekend.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
had maternity beds.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Monday edition of the Daily Tip. It is December 8th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable in for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll hand out our MVPs of the weekend. And what a weekend it was. We have plenty of great candidates to choose from, whether it was college football, whether it's the NFL. I guess you could go another sport, but I'm certainly not doing that because my eyes were glued to football all weekend long. But Kate, before we get to our Monday MVPs, how about a team that's going in the opposite direction? And listen, as somebody who is a Titans fan, I will never root for the Indianapolis Colts, but it's still sad to see the direction that their season is going because now their quarterback, Daniel Jones, has officially torn his Achilles, and it looks like the rest of the season it's going to be Riley Leonard manning the ship for the Colts. So at one juncture in the season, the Colts had the best record in the AFC. They were beating the brakes off the teams that they faced. They were an all-around great team, one of the best scoring offenses in football. Daniel Jones had these great numbers where we thought that his career was taking a turn where he looked like a completely different quarterback. And then we've kind of seen this over the past few weeks where there has been rumors that Daniel Jones was not healthy. There was rumors that he had like a broken bone in his foot, that he was playing through it. And now he tore his Achilles. So like I see this and I say to myself, okay, he probably should not have been on the field. But if you're the Colts and it felt like this was the year, because think about it, like the Chiefs aren't really in the fold, the Ravens, kind of iffy there. And you look at the records of the teams in the AFC and you're like, okay, this is the year to do it. We're all in. We're going to put all our chips, on the table. They went out and got Sauce Gardner. So the Colts really wanted to win this year. But when you have an injury to your quarterback, and you don't have a great backup quarterback on the roster, it just feels like it is going to be a lost season for the Colts. Like maybe not lost because it's still going to be a great season. They should hang their hat on, the improvements that they made this year. It just feels like they've gone from a contender to a team that I don't think people really trust.
No. Colts, in my mind, they're not making the playoffs. You look at the rest of their schedule. You go to Seattle, you play the Seahawks, you have the 49ers, Jags, and you end at the Texans. Like, that's a pretty brutal final 4 weeks of the season, especially with a third-string quarterback in there in Riley Leonard. And that's terrible. Like, you hate to see it for any team that's had success early on in the season and had a quarterback like the story of Daniel Jones, Indiana Jones early on in the year. Like that was a phenomenal storyline too. Jonathan Taylor playing, at an MVP-like level. Is that going to continue? Probably not. Not with the passing game that the Colts are about to have. So yeah, it sucks. But the Colts, they are not making the playoff. Third in the AFC South right now. And your starting quarterback goes out. Like, let's hope Daniel Jones, an Achilles tear, how many months does that take? He should just be ready maybe by the start of next season. Maybe the Colts can kind of run back the early season success that they had next season. But in terms of this year, like it's a lost cause for Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those years. And it's sad to see, but that's the story of the NFL. Like we see it all the time. The injuries can make or break your season. So it feels to me like success in the NFL is not just having a great team and a great franchise. It's also a little bit of luck and, staying healthy for the entirety of the season. All right, so some of these guys that we're about to talk about, it feels like they don't need luck. All they need is pure grit, determination, and skill because it was a great weekend for them as we hand out our MVPs of this Monday.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right. So, like I mentioned, it was a great weekend across the sports landscape. But for me, there was one man that stood atop the sports world over the weekend, and that is the head coach of the Indiana Hoosiers football team, and his name is Curt Cignetti.
Mendoza. Fade, select, corner, touchdown, Indiana!
That is the sound of earth-shattering moves in the Big Ten. Because listen, we know going into this game that Indiana certainly had a chance against Ohio State as 4-point underdogs in this game. It was supposed to be tight, but this is more of a macro conversation to where we knew Indiana football was just a few years ago. Like, this was a team that wasn't even considered to be a football school, and now they are your number one team in the nation after upending the big bad Ohio State Buckeyes in the Big Ten championship game. So what Curt Cignetti has done, because obviously you could look at anybody on the roster and say, okay, Fernando Mendoza kept him in it with some great throws, but I think it starts with the man in charge. And I don't think that anybody is going to sit there and say that Curt Cignetti has not done the best job of any coach in college football, turning that program all the way around to be the powerhouse that it now is. So my MVP of the weekend is Curt Cignetti. All right, next up, we're going to go to you, Kate. Who is your MVP this Monday?
Well, Chelsea, I think you are the MVP of MVP Monday because you're right. Curt Cignetti is the MVP of last week and what he did at Indiana. I'm going to go a little different route here. I hate that I am saying this. Words are about to come out of my mouth, but I'm going Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is my MVP Monday.
Warren, they fake it to him. Rodgers still has it. He's going to take off running for the touchdown. Aaron Rodgers.
All right, this one, I could see where this could be a little confusing, like really Aaron Rodgers is your MVP Monday, but this is more so because of the state that the Steelers were in going into this game and at risk of having a losing record, more Mike Tomlin chatter. Aaron Rodgers goes out, throws 284 for a touchdown and a rushing touchdown, his first rushing touchdown since being a Green Bay Packer way back in the day. And the bigger deal in all of this is that it was against the Ravens. So the Steelers are now atop of the division in the AFC North, minus 160 to win, Ravens plus 140. So the division has flipped in favor of the Steelers because of the performance Aaron Rodgers had yesterday. Mike Tomlin gets a little relief. Aaron Rodgers even said it after the game, like what this win did to Pittsburgh is hopefully get some of the, he used different words, but some of the reporters off their back this week. And so Aaron Rodgers, good performance, has his team positioned in the top of the AFC North. He is my MVP Monday.
I know that has to be hard for you, right? Since you're a Bears
very hard.
fan?
Yeah, it's really not good right now, Chelsea. I really hate that I'm doing this.
Well, at least the Bears have like some signs of life at least, and it's not because Aaron Rodgers is coming to a conclusion. It feels like he's not going to be MVP of much for much longer, but we'll give him his moment. All right, David, you're next. Who's your MVP of the weekend?
I'm not going with an individual here. I am going with the Illinois State Redbirds.
Rittenhouse caught by Presson, the 2-point conversion, and the Redbirds for the first time today snatch the lead.
I picked them because Illinois State was a 22.5 dog in this game going into the game. They were down 28-14 with a little over 4 minutes left in the game. They score two touchdowns, and then the coach decides, why not? Let's go for two, win the game. They convert that 2-point conversion. Illinois State takes down the number 1 seed and juggernaut, North Dakota State, in the FCS playoffs.
You're right. It feels like North Dakota State is in it every single year. So hats off to Illinois State. All right, Den, you are bringing up the rear here with what feels like a very familiar name to this segment.
Yep, we're going up north to the King of the North. My Monday MVP is Josh Allen.
No picks. He's pressured. He's got a ton of room. There goes Josh Allen through the snow into the end zone. Touchdown, Bills.
First and foremost, I love including a snow game into this because I love snow games. And Josh Allen, what he did yesterday against the Bengals and Joe Burrow was sensational. He returned to MVP form, which is something we hadn't really seen from him over the past few weeks. 4 total touchdowns, 3 of them through the air, 1 of them with his legs. It was a 40-yarder in the snow with his legs, and Buffalo comes back scoring 21 in the fourth quarter to beat Cincinnati, and they kind of bolster their playoff chances. Not to say they would have been in danger had they been sitting at 8-5, but 9-4 4 is a lot easier to stomach than 8-5 in a very congested AFC right now. So Josh Allen returning to form was sensational. He's my Monday MVP.
Yeah, I think the only thing that goes against Josh Allen is that he does this so often that we're like, yeah, but it's Josh Allen. This is what he does on a weekly basis. But I will say this. Right now, Josh Allen, 14-1 to win MVP. Denton, is it worth a look? Or do you think Drake May and Matt Stafford and company kind of have it locked up?
I mean, it might be worth a sprinkle because it's a pretty good number. I mean, you'd be an idiot if you're betting on Stafford now, especially the way that he performed yesterday. But at least you get somebody else in the graphic because for such a long time, it was just those two guys, and it felt like the next person was like 50-1.
Yeah, or Toyotathon Jordan Love, because that's all you hear about now. It's like, have you heard about Jordan Love's stats during Toyotathon? It's like, yes, we have. I don't think he's going to win MVP, though. Because I think the case for Josh Allen is that we know he's fully capable of like 6 touchdown games, right? Like if anybody's good at padding numbers, it is Josh Allen. But it's going to take a lot for Matt Stafford or Drake May to mess up these next 4 games if they're going to win MVP. So it was, a great weekend. And I will say, I love the snow games. Tennessee had a snow game as well, even though, Kate, it's funny that all the highlights they showed of the Browns and Titans game, which holy points bonanza. They actually scored points in that game. Every single highlight was of Shedeur Sanders. And I'm like, the Titans won. Can we get one highlight? But nobody cares.
Nope. Not when you've got, does he have a nickname that's, I don't even know. Not when you have Shedeur Sanders out there. I did love Chelsea. All the Titans players were like flashing their watches, their wrists, and like Shedeur Sanders does after they scored. It's like, okay, calm down. This is your second one of the season. But against someone like Shedeur Sanders, I would be doing the exact same thing because, if Shedeur were playing great, he would have been doing the same thing as well.
Oh, he did that celebration. And it was funny to me that he was doing these like celebration moves when they were still down. And you're like, come on, man, you guys are still losing.
Read the room.
That's out of the Cam Newton playbook. Cam Newton used to do that all the time, and it drove me absolutely insane. All right, hour 2 is next to the show. We'll continue talking about football and Monday night's best bets between the Eagles and the Chargers. It's next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on a Monday. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Jenks. In a few moments here on the show, we'll get to our favorite plays in Monday Night Football between the Eagles and the Chargers. I do feel like it's a nice soft landing after the weekend. I don't get the Sunday scaries nearly as badly when I say to myself, okay, at least we have another day of football on the horizon. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Tuesdays or Wednesdays because it's like, okay, what do we have to look forward to? Unless there's like a big college basketball matchup. But at least on Mondays, we do have Monday Night Football, and it should be a good one, Kate. Eagles and Chargers spreading this one. Philly 2-point road favorites, but a total of 42 points. So I don't know if we'll continue this trend of what we've seen in like most primetime games where we don't get many points or it's a blowout. I don't know why these primetime games have been so bad, but doesn't it feel like that's the reputation of primetime and especially like Thursday night games this year?
That's what it's been all season long. Like, I mean, we've maybe had one or two really good primetime games. Otherwise, they've all been just kind of duds, whether they're blowouts or just low-scoring games where, like, nothing is really happening. And unless you love watching the offensive line really go hard, it's like there's not a whole lot of action in a lot of these. So this should hopefully be a good one tonight. I mean, you have two really good teams. The Eagles need a win after coming off of their last two losses, like the Chargers with Justin Herbert. So the storylines are at least there for tonight. We'll just see, if it actually plays out to standards of what a Monday night football game should be. But you're right. Like, the Sunday scaries are a little bit better when you go through your Monday and then it's like, okay, you have a little reward at the end of the day for getting through a Monday. And that's to sit on the couch and watch what is hopefully tonight going to be a good Monday Night Football game.
Right. And I think my first reaction to this game was, can we trust either of these teams? Because I think that's a question we've been asking ourselves for the Eagles all season long. Because even when they win games, it feels like there's like chaos in the clubhouse where it's A.J. Brown saying, this offense is terrible. And we're like, you know what, A.J., we agree. But maybe don't say that to everybody else. And then you look at the Chargers where Justin Herbert had surgery this week on a fractured left hand and is still planning to play. Like, even before the surgery, he was like, yeah, I'm going to play this week. It's fine. But I will say this. I have heard injury experts talk about this, and they say that it will be easier for him to play post-surgery than it was like when he actually got hurt during the game because the bone is going to be put back into place. And it's his left hand, so it's not his throwing hand, but still, like we've seen this for other quarterbacks, that you still do motions, with your opposite hand where you're holding the football. You need that ball security when people are trying to punch it out. And also, like, a lot of it's just your throwing motion where, like, it's all connected in some way or another. So we have big question marks on both sides of the football. So I'm not sure if I'm going to take a side in this game, but I think from a logic standpoint, if you say, hey, this game's basically a coin flip, but one side of the coin, you get 2 points in your favor, I'm kind of leaning towards the Chargers here. So I'm not sure what we're going to see from Justin Herbert or hell, what we're going to see from the Eagles, but I think I'm leaning towards the Chargers here.
Yeah, Chelsea, I'm on the Chargers here. Like, as long as Justin Herbert is in the game, I'll be on the Chargers. He's probably not going to be 100%, but who is 100% at this point of the season? Chargers bring back Omarion Hampton, too. He's playing for the first time since week 5. And maybe it takes him a little time to get going. I don't know. But through those first 5 weeks, he had the 4th highest PFF rushing grade. So he was playing really well early on. I mean, I don't think Omarion Hampton is like a massive game changer by any means. He's not moving the line at all, but he's a good piece for them to have back in the run game. And then for the Eagles, like you mentioned, their offense, that's been the storyline for the last couple of weeks is what that has looked like, or lack thereof, rather. But also, they have injuries on both sides of the ball. No Jalen Carter this week defensively. Lane Johnson also out. And, I mean, without those two, or without one of those guys on the field, they're 0-4 against the spread. And so just the importance of Johnson and Carter on both sides of the ball is huge to this Eagles team. And so on the road, Eagles have already been struggling. I don't know if you heard, Chelsea, but they implemented a positivity rabbit in the locker room.
That's
I'm gonna I'm gonna go ahead and say that doesn't exactly turn this offense around on the road against the Chargers tonight.
Yeah, I think they're going to need more than that. But I will say, like, they still have a good record, and that's the tough part, to separate, some of the drama from their actual record, because the Eagles are standing in a pretty good spot, and it does not feel like anybody in the NFC East is going to challenge them, especially after the Cowboys just lost. So standing at 8-4, but obviously everybody wants momentum going into the postseason, and especially like when you do have chaos in the locker room. Maybe chaos is too strong of a word. A win would be good here for the Eagles, but this is a road game. I'm not saying that the Chargers have a great home field advantage, but the Eagles don't have the home field advantage here, because if this game was in Philadelphia in primetime, I think my handicap would be a little bit different. But I do think the Chargers are one of those teams that, if we are talking about a low total game, like 42 points, this feels like the type of game that Jim Harbaugh wants to play in, right? Like, he wants it to be hard-nosed, physical football where the defense and the run game kind of rules the roost. So I do think they certainly have a chance. And I do think at the end of the day, like, it's worth considering the other side when you go against those teams that are the brand names, because you're never getting a deal on the Eagles. You're never getting a deal on the Chiefs. Like, look at the Chiefs lines every single week. They're favored and they keep losing outright. So, like, my point being is that for the casual bettors, it feels like these sports books are like, yeah, Eagles are favorites, and a lot of people will still take that line. So to me, it feels like the better value is on the Chargers.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah. I mean, Cowboys are another team that you pay that tax on. Also, I would not be shocked though with the Eagles, their remaining schedule, if this is kind of like a repeat of what we saw in 2023 with the Eagles. They lost 5 of their last 6 games to end the regular season. They still made the playoffs, but lost to Tampa Bay 32-9, got smoked in that game, and the season's over. They change offensive coordinators. Obviously, the next season they come out great and win a Super Bowl. But it's going to be tough sledding for the Eagles going forward. Now, granted, yes, you do play the Raiders. You're at the Commanders. That's a divisional game. Is Jaden Daniels going to be playing in that game? Who knows at this, right now. He gets a little banged up again yesterday. And then you have Bills and Commanders again. So it's not exactly the easiest schedule down the stretch for the an Eagles team that is kind of already in a bit of turmoil. Like, I could see them going 1-4, 2-3 over these next couple games and not going into the playoffs with a whole lot of momentum. And for Eagles fans, that would be, I think Philly fans would go absolutely nuts if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, how dare they have to wait an entire year for their team to be good again? I mean, they just won a Super Bowl, but can't relate. My team's the Titans. But from a betting standpoint, I look at this game and immediately, if this was a game that was on a Sunday, if it wasn't a standalone game, I don't think I would bet on it at all, because normally I'm somebody who likes to bet on props, and the total in this game is 42, and there's no really matchup advantages where you look at, the fantasy football grid and you're like, okay, this team gives up a bunch of receiving yards, this team gives up a bunch of rush yards, or at least not that I have found. But I will say this, A.J. Brown, despite all the drama, has been on an absolute tear when it comes to his receiving yards. Last time around against the Bears, 132 yards, 10 catches on 12 targets. Game before that, 110 yards, 8 catches on 10 targets. He has had double-digit targets in each of the last 3 games. So clearly they are trying to get him the football. But Kate, did you find anything from a prop standpoint?
I think you could go with a Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. Like, the price, not as good as most anytime touchdowns, plus 105, but compared to last season where it was like minus something, minus 110, minus 120 for Jalen Hurts to have a touchdown, I think it's a decent price. I feel like at some point Hurts could, I mean, if they're in the red zone, Hurts just kind of takes things into his own hands and scrambles a little, finds the end zone, or you get the tush push. And I mean, that's always an avenue. So Jalen Hurts to kind of take over and like do a little bit more, especially with how he's played lately. I don't think it's been all that great. I could see him using his legs a little bit more and trying to make some magic happen, especially if the Eagles are at all down late in this game.
I just think that it's tough for me to play anytime touchdown bets when the total's 42, because obviously the pie is smaller when it comes to actual touchdowns that are supposed to be scored. So like, I'm somebody who only really likes to play anytime touchdown bets when we have totals like over 50, just because it's tougher to like, hit the bullseye when it comes to picking some of these players. But some of it is price dependent. Like, you can still get Jalen Hurts at plus money, plus 105. You can get Saquon at plus 110, AJ Brown plus 185. In fact, every single touchdown bet in this game is plus money. So maybe you can approach it from that standpoint, say, okay, somebody's probably going to score a touchdown. Granted, that we've seen some very low scoring games with the Eagles, but Jalen Carter also not playing in this one. So maybe that tips the needle for at least maybe one more touchdown. So I'm not a huge anytime touchdown better, but maybe you can make a case for like some of the big names. Because I do think if you're finding trouble betting on any type of prop, especially in a primetime game, especially when there's like an inkling of desperation, sometimes that's when you bank on the big name players. And it does feel like they have been force feeding the ball to AJ Brown. And let's see what his numbers are. Because I was thinking about throwing this in a same game parlay, because you can get him 50 plus for minus 220 and you like add some other things to that. But as far as his over under is, it's 59.5. That's a pretty low number. But again, you have to trust this Eagles offense and a passing attack that has not been trustworthy for most of the season. Like, I think Jalen Hurts' passing prop is under 200 yards this game. And again, it's the same concept as betting on touchdowns. If the pie is that small, AJ Brown has to have a very big chunk of an already small pie. So again, like, there are things that I'll probably bet in this game, but it's not my favorite play.
Chelsea, what about like Saquon receiving yards? 16.5. I know the last couple of games he has not had. Well, he did have 52 yards against the Cowboys, 7 receptions. Couple of those other games, though, not a whole lot, but I could see them utilizing him. 16.5 yards is not all that much if he gets, 2-3 receptions and can rip off 5, 6, 7 yards a carry or a catch. Like, I think that could be something to look at versus his rushing yards, because rushing yards have just been all over the board this year. I mean, he only has his prop in this game is what, 70.5? 70.5 is what I'm looking at. And I mean, he's only gone over that once in the last 4 games and fallen well below it in the others. So Saquon, if you want to look at like the big name guys, I would go receiving yards over rushing.
I could see that, especially when it comes to like a primetime game facing a really good defense. Maybe that's the way to go. Or you could look at the other side of the coin and say, okay, the offense I want to trust more, even though I say that, I'm like, well, Justin Herbert is coming off hand surgery. Are you sure about that? Ladd McConkey, we know, can have some major games, but he feels like he's all over the place this year as well. Coming off a game against the Raiders secondary that is not good, only 39 yards on 4 catches, had 13 yards against the Jags, another bad secondary. And then you look at some other games, and he has monster games, like 107 yards against the Steelers. So it's one of those things where every single bet that I like in this game, or I like tried to like, there is a big sabotage factor. So again, it's just not one of those games that I like a lot. We haven't talked about the total though. 42, it's a low one. I tend to lean under here. But again, 42 is very low.
I still kind of like the under. I think this could be a really boring game. I don't have a ton of faith in the Chargers offense doing a whole lot, but I still like them to win, which means I'm expecting even less from the Eagles offense. So yeah, 42 is low and it's dropping. It's at 41.5 at a couple other shops. So, and the line as well, also it's down to 1.5 in favor of the Eagles at some other, shops. So money coming in on the Chargers and backing them, and certainly the under.
Or you could do a same game teaser, which I haven't done one of those in a while, but you could do under 48 and the Chargers +8. Like, that feels like the game script that we'll kind of see tonight. So maybe that's an option. We'll see by the end of the show what my best bet will be. All right, coming up next here on the Daily Tip, we'll switch gears a bit and recap some of the best performances over the weekend and our takeaways moving forward. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for starting your morning the best way. Obviously with us here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Jenks. Kate, we know the definition of insanity, or at least according to like all the quotes that I've read on like the Instagram Reels, is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Because I think about this when I clean the house every day, and I'm like, all right, I've got the house clean, and knowing fully well that I will have to clean the house yet again, 2 days later, and it's going to be a mess, and that's fine. But do you ever think Joe Burrow feels this way? When he scores 34 points, and his defense can't shut down the other team and gives up 39 points to the Bills. Because this feels like the story with the Bengals for like the last few years, where last year it was Joe Burrow putting up MVP numbers, and yet the Bengals didn't even make the postseason. So I understand this week, maybe you say, okay, it's Josh Allen. What do you want us to do? But still, this has to be frustrating for Joe Burrow.
I don't know how he – I mean, I was going to say, I don't know how he continues to play with this organization. But, they're paying him a whole lot of money, so he kind of, has to. I would be so frustrated if I were him. And granted, he threw 2 picks yesterday. He wasn't perfect. He did throw 4 touchdowns. But, he made a couple mistakes himself. But, yeah, to have such a poor defense year in and year out and it not be something that your organization prioritizes or fixes. They really didn't do a whole lot this offseason. The biggest move was just to bring back one of the best pass rushers in the league in Trey Hendrickson. And then, of course, he gets hurt. So, it has to be like deja vu to Joe Burrow. And, do you think he kind of has these thoughts running through his head of, will I ever win a Super Bowl with this organization? I know he's gone to the Super Bowl once with them, but it's been a struggle since. And Chelsea, granted, he's had his injuries. So again, he has not been perfect, but for the team to go 1-8 without him come back, win that first game. Put his team in a great opportunity to win yesterday, throws 4 touchdowns, 284 yards, almost 8 yards a toss. Those are some pretty good numbers. It's just, you give up almost 40 points, you're probably going to lose that game every time.
This is where I start to more identify with NBA players. Because, Kate, imagine this situation unfolds in the NBA. Joe Burrow would have been gone years ago, right? He'd be like, nah, I'm going to go to another team.
Yeah.
And you're going to make it happen. You're going to trade me, and you're going to like it. So
he would force a whole lot of drama. Force his way out, pull a James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving with the Nets a couple years ago. We don't see that to that extent or that level in the NFL, but I wouldn't blame Joe Burrow if he did it.
Right. It's just we don't see that in the NFL where quarterbacks can demand trades. It would be crazy if we did, but I think it's just sad for all of us because I think we want to see the best players in the postseason. So when we are robbed of seeing Joe Burrow in the postseason for a second straight year because the Bengals can't get their ish together, and granted this year Joe Burrow was hurt for most of the season, so I understand that. It just feels like the same story every year where Joe Burrow, no matter how good of numbers he puts up, even against these great teams, because that's the frustrating part as well, is that Joe Burrow can go toe-to-toe with all the big names in the AFC. It's never good enough. And it's wild to think that early on in his career, he got all the way to a Super Bowl. They lost in the Super Bowl. And I'm not sure if he'll ever go back.
Not as long as he's with the Bengals and they operate like this. Part of the reason he's gotten hurt so many of these years is because he's getting blasted every snap because the offensive line can't hold up too. And the Bengals haven't done a whole lot to address the offensive line. So if I'm Joe Burrow, I'm extra pissed at that aspect of it. But to be sitting behind the Miami Dolphins in the standings right now, 4-9 for the Bengals, 2 games behind, that's got to be rough. And how fun would it be to watch Joe Burrow in the postseason? Such an electric player. He can score he can throw the passes to score with the best of them. His decision making, it's fun to watch him, and I want to watch him go on a deep playoff run, not fizzle out at the end of the regular season because he knows his team isn't making the playoffs.
Right. But I will say this, at least we should get Josh Allen in the playoffs because the big takeaway from that big game between the Bills and the Bengals is that Josh Allen still looks like Josh Allen with 4 total touchdowns in this game, 3 through the air, a rushing one, and went 22 of 28 and really put his team on his back because, this was an uphill climb for Buffalo. Even playing at home in the snow, the Bengals led most of this game. So for somebody who was on the Bengals plus 5.5, I thought that I could put my feet up and relax. Boy, was that stupid when Josh Allen is on the other side. I will say we did cover in this game by the hook. But still, Josh Allen has the ability to certainly do this on a weekly basis. And I knew this game was going to be good. I feel like these are the games that Josh Allen shines the most, is these shootouts with these other great quarterbacks. And we've seen it already this year, whether it was like the first of the season where, what was it against the Ravens back when we thought maybe the Ravens were good?
Yeah.
I think it was the Ravens.
Very first game of the season when Josh Allen brought them back.
Right. So I think these are the games where like Josh Allen actually plays his best. So you look at the defense, you're like, all right, doesn't feel great that the Bills gave up, 34 points on defense because their defense has been very erratic so far this season. But at the end of the day, you still have the trump card, and it's Josh Allen in a battle of 2 great quarterbacks. Ultimately, it's Josh Allen that walks away with the win.
I mean, talk about fun quarterbacks to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know how do you rank Burrow and Allen in terms of like watchability? They're both right up at the top there. And yeah, you're right. Josh Allen finds a way to win. I with the Chiefs, more than likely, can we just say the Chiefs are out of the playoffs? Like, why do we have to continue to I guess I'm talking to myself here with like thought. Being like, well, maybe the Chiefs will miss the play. The Chiefs are missing the playoffs, people. They are. So without the Chiefs in the playoffs, like, this is Josh Allen's time to shine. He can finally get over that hump. I would love to see the Bills go to the Super Bowl. And I know they're not the top team in the AFC, but like Josh Allen is a top tier quarterback and certainly is capable of bringing that team to a Super Bowl. And after what he's done in some of these games this year with those comebacks against the Ravens, yesterday against the Bengals, like, Bills are never out of a game ever because they have Josh Allen.
Right, and that's why they're the favorites to win the AFC, despite not having the best record in their own division. They're plus 375, and the Patriots are 4-1. So what's crazy to me is that the odds makers and just about everybody else still has more faith in Josh Allen to take that pathway as a wild card than Drake May and the Patriots, who have been just, smooth sailing without a blip on the radar to win the AFC. And it makes sense because don't we all have this takeaway that like the postseason is a different game? And especially for these teams and these young quarterbacks who have not proven themselves, it can be a bigger challenge. So I think that's the takeaway as well. When we have the process of elimination where some of these seasoned quarterbacks who have been great in the postseason are not in the equation, like you take away Patrick Mahomes, who has been the bugaboo for Josh Allen. You see Lamar Jackson, and it feels like chances are getting dimmer for the Ravens. Maybe they make it in as a wild card, but they just don't look like a great team right now. Then it's like, okay, who's the team you want to trust? And that's why it feels like the Bills are favored at the top at plus 375. So let me ask you, if I gave you $10 right now, would you put it on the Bills to win the AFC, or would it be another team?
What are the odds for the other teams?
Broncos 4-1, Patriots 4-1, Texans plus 550. It's on the screen.
Oh, you're talking like if I actually bet on them with the odds. Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, I would put $10 on the Bills.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing as well: is you try to think like several steps ahead, because if the Bills make it to the AFC Championship game, who do you think's going to be favored? Like, clearly, they're not going to have the home field advantage, and, maybe that's the case. But still, the odds makers still give the credit to the Bills. So, like, my point being is that even if the Bills just get to the AFC Championship game, you have one side of the coin for plus 375, and it feels like the Bills will still be favored. So, like, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that, like, the hedging opportunity certainly will be there where, you could get both sides of the coin. at plus money. Now, granted, the Bills still have to make it to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
But it feels like some of the value's gone on some of these like on the come up teams, because it was like just a few weeks ago when the Patriots were like 12-1 to win the AFC Championship. Now they're 4-1. I don't think I love those odds. And especially for a team like the Broncos, like their defense is certainly something else. But their offense, I don't know if I can trust their offense.
I think if the AFC Championship game goes through Denver, which it's most likely going to go through Denver, that's a point where the Bills might be slight underdogs. They might be 2-point underdogs or whatever because of home field advantage, because of the defense there. The thing is, like, I don't trust Bo Nix entirely, where, like, I trust Josh Allen, but I don't trust the Bills' defense quite as much as you trust the Broncos' defense, right? New England, I think, is more of the fully complete team in this conference, both sides of the ball. I'm not putting a dime on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence, no way am I trusting him. Granted, they've won 4 straight games, still not doing it. And then anyone below that, Chargers, I mean, like, maybe the Ravens, but like also Lamar Jackson kind of pees down his leg in the postseason. So like 15-1 is a nice number, but especially with all the issues that the offense has had this year and Lamar Jackson not fully healthy, like, no, I'll put it on the Bills and get a better money line price at plus 375 than what they will be on the money line. Because even if they're slight underdogs, like, they're not going to be plus 375 on the money line. And it'll be plus 180, something like that, 160. Like, it's going to be, the odds are going to be very short. So you're going to get value either way.
Yeah. To me, since the Broncos and Patriots have the same odds, of those two teams, I would much rather trust the Patriots than the Broncos. If you're giving to me both at the same price. So I think, we're on the same page there. Okay. So, Kate, I had this burning question as I'm watching some of the games on Sunday. And this is one of those where obviously hindsight is always 20/20. I want to preface by saying that. But I'm watching the Commanders get absolutely smoked by the Vikings, and then Jaden Daniels gets hurt again. I think to myself, what are they doing playing Jaden Daniels? So Den covers the Commanders, our executive producer. So Den, I want to ask you this question. Is this too, Monday morning quarterback of me to say, what's he doing out there? Because you look at him and he goes back to the sideline and you're like, this is not a good season for the Commanders. And I understand he probably wants to play, but he's the face of your franchise. This is the golden goose for the Commanders. Did you have any thoughts like this, or is this me being too retrospective?
Well, I was in favor of him playing yesterday because a lot of things lined up. You get Terry back, and he hadn't played with Terry since week 2. You get a fully healthy offensive line. He hadn't played behind a fully healthy offensive line. So there's a lot of things in the direction of, this is a good idea to bring him back. And then the game started. And, they go on a really good first drive. But after that, they were not good. And the Vikings started bringing 7 to the line of scrimmage. And Cliff Kingsbury had no answer for it. I mean, Kingsbury got smoked like a Sunday turkey. I mean, Brian Flores was running laps around Cliff Kingsbury. It was awful to watch. And then when he does get hurt, he leaves. And then Dan Quinn says, well, he didn't actually get hurt. It was just a precautionary thing. So there's so much confusion. I don't know that Dan Quinn knows what he's supposed to be doing right now. It's just overall, it's an awful season here in DC. And the Jaden stuff is just makes it weird. Like, he's slamming his helmet on the sideline yesterday. We've never seen that. It's just an all-around very odd situation.
Den, does he play it all the rest of the season? Sorry, Tulsa.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think he is. That's the craziest thing, is that I think he's going to play next week against the Giants. And it's like, why are you pulling him against Minnesota if you're then going to put him back out there the next week? Like, eventually you're going to have to keep him in the entire game. And so, like, they found themselves in this very weird situation. I think they just need to start losing games and, well, not start. They've lost 9 in a row, or 8 in a row, whatever the damn number is. So they're pretty good at doing that. But yeah, like that one's fine. But I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the plan is, and I don't know that they have a plan. It feels like they're doing a lot more reaction than anything, and that's just not a good way to handle a franchise quarterback.
It just feels like the takeaway to me is that people see these teams go on runs, and it's very easy to believe that, hey, this team's going to be back there next year, right? Like, look at what the Commanders were last year. And the future was so bright when you hit the bullseye and you won the lottery and the fact that you got a franchise quarterback, because obviously that's the hardest piece to get. And we see that with the Bengals as well, where early on in his tenure, he goes to a Super Bowl and you're like, oh, the Bengals are going to be back every single year. And it's just not the case. And I think it just goes to show like how impressive like the run has been for teams like the Chiefs, who are constantly winning their division. Staying at the top in the NFL is extremely difficult, as we're seeing with some of these other teams across the league. All right, coming up next, it's time to get our read on some of these early lines in the college football playoff. It's not just discussion. We got some things to bet on. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. We have games to bet on and lines to analyze. Because here's the thing when it comes to college football. While all of these people are arguing amongst themselves about the college football playoff, I think us bettors are saying, okay, you can argue with the wall, but how are we betting on these games? Because at the end of the day, our opinions don't really matter when it comes to, the playoff and, the ramifications and what we think are the changes that they should be making. But the way that we can have, a dog in the fight is that we do have skin in the game when we can bet on these games. And Kate Constable in for Jenks, I should say that first. We already have some lines for some of these games, and we do have some games that should be good. And from the jump, there are two that really stand out. Alabama and Oklahoma, a rematch of a game that we've already seen this year. This one at Oklahoma, and Alabama 2-point favorites in this game. And you say, that should be a good game, right? Total's 40.5. So I don't know about that. Maybe it will be a close game, but not necessarily an entertaining one if you don't love defenses or rock fights. And then we have Miami and Texas A&M. Texas A&M laying 3.5 at home, total of 51.5. But as for the other games where we have the smaller schools who were the conference champions, Tulane and Ole Miss get matched up. Ole Miss 16.5-point favorites. And then you have James Madison on the road at Oregon. Oregon, 21.5-point favorites. So I'm going to avoid the tangent of saying, and this is why we need the top 12 teams overall instead of giving these smaller schools a chance. But Kate, this is our chance to put our money where our mouth is. If I truly believe that, do I just lay the 16.5 with Ole Miss despite losing their head coach and Lane Kiffin? Man, that story feels like weeks ago. College football is such a wild media cycle that that's not even the big storyline anymore. It's all right, we're done with that. But do you look at these lines, especially the ones against the smaller schools, and you're like, okay, it's not going to be a close game? Or do you say, hey, it's survive and advance, similar to college basketball, where nobody's going to put their foot on the gas pedal. They're simply trying to win.
I think Ole Miss is going to absolutely blast Tulane. I would lay the 16.5. I think Tulane, the game is already over. Partially because the talent discrepancy, and Tulane's, they've only lost 2 games all season. They've been a good team. But I also think the Lane Kiffin thing really plays into this game because this Ole Miss team is going to be so motivated to go out and show Lane Kiffin that, we don't need you. We can still win without you, because the way that whole saga ended was not good. And players were calling out Kiffin, saying he was lying in his press conferences about how everything went down, where I think this Ole Miss team, that game more so than Oregon and James Madison, sure, maybe Oregon comes out and covers the 20.5, but because of the storyline of what's happened with Ole Miss this season, I think Ole Miss comes out and makes an absolute statement on Tulane. And unfortunately for the Green Wave, their time in the college football playoff will be fairly limited. So 16.5, I would lay it with Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case to make. And I do think of those two teams, James Madison's probably the better one of the smaller schools. So Tulane's certainly going to have their hands full. And we know if you're going to lay a big number, you want an offense that can rack up a lot of touchdowns. And Ole Miss certainly fits that bill. It's helpful that at least Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be there to call plays. Certainly not Lane Kiffin, but I do think, as far as personnel goes, they will have the talent to score a lot of points on Tulane. So I'm leaning that way as well. As far as these games with close spreads, Oklahoma and Alabama, you see the last matchup, and it was Oklahoma that won 23-21 in Tuscaloosa. That game was a rock fight. Alabama played really sloppy football, but still was in the game. I think that's the takeaway for me, is that they had all these turnovers, but still this was a game that came down, to the final minute. So I'm not going to stand here and say that Alabama does not have a chance, but I do think it's going to be extremely low scoring, because that's a problem with Oklahoma. You can trust their defense, but their offense is kind of hit or miss, and mostly miss. And that's why the total is standing at 40.5. So I think that's going to be a no play from me. But I will say this, those two matchups, Alabama, Oklahoma, Miami, Texas A&M, both of those should be good games.
Oh, I think those will be awesome games. I lean towards Alabama over Oklahoma, partially because you mentioned those turnovers. I mean, Alabama had 3 turnovers in that game. Oklahoma took care of the ball. They didn't give it away at all. Alabama outgained Oklahoma by almost 200 yards in that game. They were efficient on 4th down. Like, they did some good things. Time of possession, they had the ball for almost 10 more minutes than Oklahoma in that game. It's just the turnovers that cost them. And you turn the ball over 3 times, you shouldn't be winning football games. That's not how it works. So Alabama plus 1.5. I'm sorry, Alabama minus 1.5. The favorite in this one, especially also Tulsa. Like, what an embarrassing performance against Georgia in the SEC championship game. That was bad. And I mean, not to say like they need to come out and show everyone like who they need to come out and win the game to try and stay alive and compete for a national title. But I think Kalen DeBoer will have this team ready to go and kind of wanting to avenge that really, really bad performance. But on the flip side there, if Ty Simpson looks anything like he did in that Georgia game, if Oklahoma's defense is able to get to him, like Ty Simpson looked like he was seeing ghosts in that game. He was so rattled, had no idea what to do. So like that is you talk about sabotage factors all the time. That's something that I've actually learned from you is like, how does this bet lose? This bet loses if Ty Simpson comes out and is crapping his pants starting in the first quarter. Like, that's what we saw against Georgia. I don't think that's going to be the case because we've seen him be pretty poised throughout the entire season. So I lean towards Alabama laying the 1.5. If you want to play it really safe, being this is a low scoring game or it's projected to be with the total, like lay the juice, lay the 120 and just take Alabama on the money line maybe.
Yeah, I kind of like playing teams that are coming off a bad game just because it feels like the market goes too far in the other direction. So I think a lot of people probably saw Alabama in the SEC championship game and say, that's not a team I want to trust. In fact, a lot of people are saying Alabama looks like they shouldn't be in the college football playoff after that egg that they laid in the SEC championship game. But the complexion of this game was very defensive minded, in the first half of this, where it wasn't like Georgia was getting things going really either. They had a big special teams play. The defense stepped up, and Alabama's defense looked great in the first half, at least until Georgia kind of, got going. And that's kind of what we see from Georgia teams is that they're better in the second half. So I think if both these defenses are good, because again, I think the upside for Alabama's offense is actually better than Oklahoma's. If you say both these defenses are great, like I'm not expecting Alabama to score a ton of points, but I do think they have a very good chance to win this game. And also, like we saw in the SEC championship game, it's really hard for a team to beat the same team twice in a season if those teams are somewhat evenly matched. Because, the first time around, Alabama beat Georgia. And then the second time, it was Georgia that, took Alabama out to the woodshed. So I think that goes into it as well. But I will say this, home field advantage will probably matter in some of these games. These stadiums are going to be absolutely rocking. And I do love that for the college football playoff, that these games are going to be played at some of these teams' home field.
Oh yeah, that's what makes this really fun is that they are at the home fields, and Kyle Field is a tough place to play. So
Kyle Field is Texas A&M.
I am Kai. You are exactly right. I was looking at it, Texas A&M.
That was the other game though. But yes, but like Kyle Field especially. If we're gonna switch to that game, just to kind of peg off what
that's
you're
what
saying,
I was trying to do, Chelsea. I was just segueing to the next game.
Switching to the other game. Right. And so let's get to that game. Miami, Texas A&M, Texas A&M with a huge home field advantage. Like you hear about that stadium and how it absolutely shakes. Texas A&M's going to be ready for this game. And plus, I think it helps them that they didn't have to play in the SEC championship game. And now you look at Miami and it's like, okay, you guys need to prove that you belong here. But that's been the storyline all season long for Miami, where it's like, okay, you have the golden road paved for you, where the ACC is absolutely terrible. At least make it to the conference championship, and then we can really put you in. They didn't even make it to the ACC championship game. They still found a way to get in the college football playoff, but I think I'm leaning towards Texas A&M here. Do you believe in Miami?
I don't. I know they've played well. Dutch on as it wins in those games, but I think Texas A&M is on a different level than Miami. My only concern is like, so far I've liked all the favorites. Is it that easy? I don't think it is that easy that all the favorites just win. Miami's defense as of late has been really good though. And I mean, again, granted, like let's look at opponents, but like they're 11th in yards per game allowed. They're top 25 in yards per play. Like maybe this is, if anything, more of a rock fight, and you go with the under. It's already dropped from 52 to 51.5. Not a massive move, but money coming in a little bit on the under. That I think both of these defenses, Texas A&M's defense has been great all season. Like this could be just a lower scoring game, and that might be the angle to take here.
Yeah, especially when it's a healthy total of 51.5, because like when we're talking about totals of 40.5, like the Alabama-Oklahoma game, like one special teams touchdown and you're basically cooked, it feels like. So I won't be playing an under in that game, but you can certainly make a case for this one. Some of this also just comes down to execution. And I know that's not like the fun answer, but we've seen both these teams play down to the level of their competition as well, because we've seen it with Texas A&M, that game against South Carolina, where talent-wise, that game should not have been close, and it took an absolute miracle from Texas A&M to come back and win that game by 1 point. And then you look at Miami and some of their losses this year. They lost to SMU. They lost to Louisville, which, okay, Louisville maybe is a little bit better, but my point being is that both of these teams are kind of capable of laying an egg, but like the overall sample of work, like the Aggies look like the better team to me. So I think I trust their defense a little bit better. So I think I'm going to go with Texas A&M. It does scare me, like you said, taking all favorites here, but maybe I will only play a couple of them, because that's how I felt this weekend for conference championships, and almost all the favorites covered. And won, with the exception of the big one, Indiana. Congrats to the Hoosiers winning the Big Ten championship over Ohio State. Coming up next, we got to get to the NFL. Our biggest takeaways from the Chiefs. Is the dynasty officially over? That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. Hour 30 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable. And over the next hour, we will get into all of the interesting details that make the NFL what it is, including the Chiefs possibly officially being out of the postseason, because that's what it feels like after the Chiefs lost to the Texans last night. Our biggest betting takeaways from that game. And also we'll get to Monday Night Football as well. Speaking of, teams that we can't trust, can we trust the Eagles? They play the Chargers tonight. We'll give you our best bets for that as well. As I mentioned, Kate Constable in for Jinx today. So, Kate, I think maybe you were a little later to the party than some of us, but I felt like leaving the light on season was officially over for the Chiefs weeks ago. But here's the thing. When it comes to the odds, the Chiefs continue to be favorites, and they continue to lose games. Last night, they lost to the Texans 20-10 as 3.5-point favorites. So, Kate, let me ask you, are you out on the Chiefs finally?
Chelsea, I am finally happy to say that I am officially out on the Chiefs. And it only takes the Chiefs to be pretty much mathematically eliminated for me to finally be out of them. God help me if I was still in on the Chiefs. That would be probably a poor sign on my judgment, because it's going to be tough for them to make the playoffs. I believe they only have a 50-some% chance if they win outright, and a bunch of stuff falls their way with other teams, what happens with other teams down the stretch. It's crazy that they continue to be favorites, but the books have to price them that. You can't price the Chiefs as an underdog. It's just money will pile in on the Chiefs. And I guess as of yesterday, the books would have won. Chiefs losing by 10, even if they were slight underdogs, would have been profitable for the books. But it makes sense that they continued to price them as favorites. They're at home. It's essentially a playoff game. Backs are against the wall. That was a spot Kansas City should have won, granted, going up against a really good Houston defense. So I think what we're seeing is not necessarily the dynasty being over, but just the dynasty just being put on pause for a year. The dynasty maybe going through a slight, argument about the dishes, and you need your quiet time for 15 minutes after, then you guys can reconvene, something like that. I don't think it's completely over for Kansas City.
I think maybe the dynasty is over, but I'm not out that the Chiefs could be back in the postseason next year. I just don't think that we're going to see multiple Super Bowls over the next 5 years is kind of what my takeaway is. But here's the thing, it would be one thing if the Chiefs were losing in close games in which they looked like a good team. But last night, they didn't even look like a good team. They scored 10 points. And granted, some credit needs to go to the Texans defense, who has been great all season long. And they've been great against good quarterbacks because, they did this against Josh Allen where they made him look mortal. And it should be noted that Kansas City was down 3 of their starting offensive linemen. And as we know, Patrick Mahomes, like every quarterback in the league, does need some sort of protection. When you're running for your life, it's obviously not going to be a great game. But you look at the numbers in this game, and it was some of the worst numbers you'll ever see from Patrick Mahomes, where he had 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, 14 of 33 for 160 yards. So I think that's the big takeaway. And of course, that's going to be the talk today. Are the Chiefs officially, out? And it does feel like that. I feel like you look at their chances according to Next Gen, playoff chances are sitting at 18%. I don't even want to say their record because I'm around too many kids, and their record is 6-7. So go ahead, allow yourself a minute. 6-7.
Without any 6-7.
Right. But my point being is that they're standing with a losing record. But Kate, let me ask you this. Like, I feel like I watch national shows and I'm like, well, why can't we just talk about the winning team? But again, like the bigger storyline is probably the downfall of the Chiefs. And they had all these celebrities watching the game. Taylor Swift was there. Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, was in the booth. Lena Dunham. So it's a team that I think people were ready to see kind of like pushed off the mountaintop. But it's still the biggest storyline for me in this game. Like, obviously, the Texans won the game. And it's a team that we probably should mention as a team that could play spoiler in the AFC. But don't you feel like the Kansas City Chiefs, like, being off the mountain? Like, here's the crazy thing. The Chiefs have won their division 9 years in a row. This is going to be the first time in 10 years that they're not the champs of the AFC West. So to me, it still feels like the biggest storyline.
Chelsea, I think you could argue that this is one of the biggest storylines, not just of this week or this game, but like in the NFL this season is what the Chiefs have done or lack thereof have done. I mean, last year it was like, okay, the Chiefs are winning all these one-score games. Can they continue on to do this? And this year it's the complete opposite, is that they're losing a lot of those one-score games or losing by margin. So I think that is a big story, especially, I mean, you talk about the stars on the Chiefs and all the attention around Travis Kelce because of Taylor Swift. Like, is this going to be Kelce's last season? I would have told you coming into the year that as long as the Chiefs had somewhat success this year, like they went to the postseason, did what they usually do, won the AFC West, that maybe Kelce would retire. I don't think he goes out this way after a terrible record, missing the postseason. Like, I kind of think we see Travis Kelce come back for at least another season. But I think, I mean, it's very fair to argue that the Chiefs' lack of success, their downfall this year, is the biggest story in the NFL. And you mentioned all the 9 straight AFC West titles. Like, Patrick Mahomes has been to the AFC Championship in every season since becoming the starter for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2018. Like, that is a crazy stat right there. So to have that streak be broken this year, like, just kind of piles on to the storyline of what's going on with the Kansas City Chiefs and is the dynasty coming to an end?
Right. And especially when the eye test doesn't match up with, hey, this team is still a contender. Because I think we all gaslight ourselves and we say, hey, they're not that bad, right? And then you watch the game and you say to yourself, this is not a good team. And a lot of it is from sources that you would not expect. Like, starting with Andy Reid, making some really uncharacteristic calls down the stretch, where I read that he has not made this call in 27 years of coaching, like going for it on 4th down deep in their own territory, where in this game, I think they were on like their 31-yard line or something. 4th down, they go for it. They don't get it. And then the Texans are set up, pretty with great field position, and they end up scoring. And of course, the Texans end up winning the game. So it just feels like when desperation is there, they're doing things they don't normally do. You see Travis Kelce dropping passes, somebody who's usually pretty reliable. And again, Patrick Mahomes just not looking like himself. So we knew that, last year they were not a dominating team, but somehow they still made it to the Super Bowl. This year, they don't even look like a good team.
No, they don't. But going back to the Andy Reid thing, like, that's what happens when you get desperate. That's what happens when your backs are against the wall. And for the most part, the Chiefs' backs have not been against the wall over the last decade. So, like, it's uncharacteristic of Andy Reid because he hasn't had to be there before. And, I mean, Travis Kelce yesterday, 5 targets, 1 catch for 8 yards. You think you're winning a game against, and again, Chelsea, like, this is all focused on the Chiefs, but like, the Texans defense is so good. That is one of the reasons that the Chiefs struggled so much. That might be the main reason the Chiefs struggled so much. So, like, have to give credit where credit's due. But even against really good defenses in the past, it feels like this Kansas City team's been able to figure it out. When was the last time Mahomes had 3 interceptions and not a single touchdown pass in a game? There's probably been one out there where he lays a dud, but like, I can't remember off the top of my head when that is. Doesn't happen all that much. It's just things that we don't see from this Kansas City team that we're finally seeing this year.
Right. And again, maybe it's time to pivot to the Texans because, again, they were the winners of the game. So maybe we should talk about them a little. And this is a trend that we've seen with this Texans defense. the Texans defense against great quarterbacks has been great themselves. Because we saw it last night, making Patrick Mahomes look absolutely human, and in fact, not even like a good quarterback. Some of that has to do with the injuries on the offensive line, but we saw this in the game against the Bills. Josh Allen was sacked 8 times in that game and pressured on 33% of his dropback. So this is a trend that we've seen with the Texans defense, that even against the best offenses in the NFL, they're going to have a chance simply because their defense is just so good. Now, the question is, can their offense score, I don't know, more than 17 points? They did just enough last night to get the win. So that's going to be the question mark going forward for the Texans in the postseason, is that, do you trust their offense enough to hang with some of these teams? But right now, the AFC feels like the upside down, where I'm not going to say it's anybody's game, but I do feel like it is a more vulnerable year than other years past, where you don't have the dependable names at the top of the favorites list, other than Josh Allen. And like I just said, if there is a matchup problem for Josh Allen, it's the Houston Texans.
Yeah, 1,000%. I don't trust the Texans offense quite enough. I think CJ Stroud has played better in his 3 games back from that concussion. And as long as he continues to improve, this offense continues to improve, because think back early on in the season, they lose their first 3 games, but they have a new offensive coordinator trying to figure things out, some injuries early on, like maybe cut them some slack because of that. I mean, no one wanted to, including myself. I was bashing the Texans early on, but like, they have become better. The thing is, like, the Broncos don't have a high-powered offense themselves. So, like, 2 of the top teams in the AFC, I guess, I mean, if you look at the standings, Texans are 7th, but like 2 of the top defensive teams in the AFC don't really have high-powered offenses. The most complete team is New England right now. Bills can win because they have Josh Allen, but the Bills don't have a defense. So it's like, I'm not trusting the Jags or the Steelers, who are right now the 3rd and 4th seed in this conference. So I think there is a path for Houston because of the lack of dominance, I guess, of any other team. And that's kind of funny to say because there are 2 11-2 teams in this conference with the Broncos and Patriots. But I don't think either of those. Well, let me backtrack. I think New England's fairly complete. I think Denver is still missing a pop offensively.
Well, if you look at the Texans' schedule down the stretch as well, they have a lot of winnable games. So next up, they host the Cardinals, then they host the Raiders, they go on the road to the Chargers. Okay, maybe that's a tough one. And then they finish the year against the Colts, which would be a tough game, but now Daniel Jones is out for the season. So it just feels like one of those things where the Texans can certainly gain some steam down the stretch, and I've doubted them in the postseason before. And I've taken the other team. I can't remember if it was the Browns or the Chargers, but, the Texans, they could be a team that I think a lot of people don't want to think about just because they're not a team that's super fun to watch because it's predicated on defense. And I don't know, like, people don't like teams from the AFC South. It's not a sexy division, but right now, the Texans just 1 game back of the Jags, so that is certainly within striking distance. So the Texans can get into the postseason that way. And again, you don't need as many wins in the AFC to make the postseason as opposed to the NFC, where it's like, hey, you're not winning 10 games, get the hell out. Sorry, Bears. Like, that's what sucks for the Bears. Bears have been so good. And then you look at the standings in the NFC and they're probably thinking to themselves, why can't we play in the AFC this year?
Right. I'm looking at Jacksonville's schedule because that's who obviously the Texans are competing with in the AFC South. Like, their schedule's pretty easy down the stretch. You have the Jets. Yes, you go to Denver. That's a tough game. I think Denver wins that game. You go to Indianapolis. Would have been a tough game. No Daniel Jones. And then you end up with the Titans. So Texans kind of have to be nearly perfect the rest of the way, I think, to win that division. I certainly think they can do it. And maybe you get a slip up from Jacksonville. Despite winning 4 games straight, 4 of their last 5, I would trust the Texans right now with that defense, even with the offense, like we mentioned, a little shaky, more so than I would trust Jacksonville, because their wins have been less than impressive. Like, okay, you beat the Titans. Colts win yesterday was a solid win. You beat the Cardinals in overtime, not doing a whole lot for me. So, yeah, Texans certainly have a chance to win this division.
Yeah, and they've already played their 2 games this season, and they split. Right now, both these teams only have 1 divisional loss, and like I said, the Texans play the Colts for their last divisional game, and the Jaguars also play the Colts and the Titans. So the Jags actually have a chance for 2 more divisional wins. I don't see any surprises there, probably. Like, the Colts still have a chance, maybe. Because here's the thing about the Jags. The Jags are fully capable of losing to anybody on any given day. That just kind of feels like the Jags to me. So I don't want to trust them as minus 175 favorites to win the division. All right, coming up next, time to get our bets on the card for Monday Night Football. Eagles, Chargers. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and rolling. It's hour 3 of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger here. Kate Constable in for Jenks. So, Kate, I keep looking at this game between the Eagles and the Chargers and thinking that a bet's going to come to me. But I keep staring at it, and the more that I stare at it and look at the numbers, it just doesn't feel like a game I really want to bet on. Like, of course, I'm going to cobble something together, but do you ever have this feeling when it comes to, like, standalone games where, like, okay, this is the only game on, I got to have something, and it's usually not a great scenario when you are forcing a bet, but that's kind of how I feel about this Eagles-Chargers game. Because, like, from a spread perspective, you're like, okay, the Eagles, no one knows what we're going to get from the Eagles. It feels like on a weekly basis, except for the fact that, like, they're probably going to play in a close game. Then you look at the Chargers, and Justin Herbert is coming off hand surgery this week. So who knows, like, what he's going to operate out of, if he's going to be fully 100%. And this Eagles secondary, like, on paper has been pretty solid. And you're like, okay, it's going to be low scoring. But the total's 42. Who wants to play an under 42? I certainly don't, even though I feel like that's probably the way to do it. And then you're like, okay, well, what about props? If the total's 42, this is probably not going to be a great game for props. Like, somebody's probably going to get hit their prop, but it's just tough to thread the needle when odds makers are not expecting a ton of offense. Of course, you could say, oh, well, you could play unders, but what I hate about that is that guys can get this in like a single try. So you're like, okay, like, we'll bet on Saquon Barkley to be like ineffective or like not get his number. What if he rips off a big run of like 45 yards and then you're, underwater, even though he'd been averaging like 2.3 yards per carry on the rest of his rushes? So any way you slice it, like, I'm not enjoying trying to find a bet in this game, Kate. How do you feel about the Eagles and the Chargers? And you're muted.
Almost made it throughout the show without being muted. Dang it. I think this is going to be, it feels like it's going to be a pretty mundane game. Like, there isn't a whole lot pointing me to the fact that the Eagles offense could pop off in this game. I mean, you look at what they've scored the last couple games, 10 points against Green Bay, granted a win, 16 points against the Lions, granted a win, 21 against Dallas, 15 against the Bears. I mean, I just read that Kevin Petula's house was egged after the Bears lost because of how bad the offense has been. I don't know if that just automatically turns around tonight, especially this Chargers defense has been really good so far this season. I mean, almost done with the season, but they've been very good. Third in total defense. They are second in passing defense. It's the rushing defense where, like, if you're going to point to any sort of, struggle, like, flaw, they're still 13th in run defense. Like, so I don't know necessarily. I think you're right to think that, like, okay, unders probably are the right move for props in this game because we're not going to get a whole lot of points. I mentioned earlier, like, Saquon Barkley, maybe you go over his rushing yards, like, try and get a little bit more creative with some of those star players that are probably going to have to continue to command a very big role within the offense. But, like, I mean, Saquon, he gets a little screen pass or something and he could go off for 16 and a half in one run if he wanted to. The other thing that I think is worth looking at is Jalen Hurts and his rushing yards prop. Petula talked in the media this week about Jalen Hurts using his legs and, like, having some more designed runs for him this game. And so I think that could be an avenue that he finds a little bit of success in, especially in years past, he's been fairly good at using his legs and scrambling. And maybe this is kind of a desperation spot where the passing game is not going well against this good passing defense, and Herbert's going to have to use his legs a bit more.
All right, so let's look at the number for that, because I do think that's at least a strong hypothesis, especially for some of these primetime games against good defenses, because like you mentioned, the Chargers pretty good across the board. And again, if all the targets are covered and the secondary for the Chargers has been really good this year, that's when quarterbacks normally take off and run. And especially somebody like Jalen Hurts, who we know can be really dynamic with his legs. I think it's somewhere in the range of 26.5. Let's see what the over-under is. It's not listed at BetMGM. Love that.
I said 29 earlier in the half. I mean, I would prefer the 26. Yeah, I'm seeing 29.5 right now at some other books.
All right, so let's cross-check that. Let's do like a live handicap of this if we want to play it. So if you look at his last few games, here are the game logs: 31, 33, 31, 27, and 22. And usually he'll have a long one peppered in there. Like last game, he had a 23-yard run despite a loss against the Bears. So I think that's a pretty solid one. I do think at least for, his floor, like I like looking at players. I'm like, okay, how high is the floor for them? Like if things are just absolutely terrible, do we have a chance of hitting this bet? And it does feel like the floor is pretty high for Jalen Hurts because his worst game rushing was 22 yards. Because sometimes with quarterback rushing yards, you can go for negative yards. We've seen that with Patrick Mahomes as he runs backwards, but not really the case for Jalen Hurts as he's pretty solid with getting that positive yardage. Also, we mentioned this earlier, the chance at a Jalen Hurts touchdown. This used to be a foregone conclusion. We're like, oh, the tush push, duh. If they get even close to the end zone, it's going to be an Eagles touchdown with the tush push, and usually you'll get Jalen Hurts for a pretty solid price. Hasn't been the case as much this year. He's plus 105 to score a touchdown. He's hit it in 50% of his games this year. But would you put some money on Jalen Hurts to get in the end zone?
Yeah, especially to, use his legs a little bit more. I think he could get outside the pocket if they're near the red zone, 20-yard line or something, and scramble and find the end zone that way. And then the tush push. Yeah, the Bears stopped the tush push on Black Friday, but I mean, the tush push is still working pretty good, where if they're on the 1-yard line, 2-yard line, that's what they're going to go to. So I like that you're still getting plus money in it. Last year, that was minus 110, 120 for Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. And this season, you're at least getting a tiny bit of value. So that's where I would go with Jalen Hurts. Any props for the Eagles in terms of like a side, Chelsea? Not having Lane Johnson or Jalen Carter in for the Eagles is huge. When one of those players has been out this year, the Eagles are 0-4 against the spread. So if they're not covering this spread, they're likely not winning this game. On the road too, like the sabotage factor for the Chargers is that Justin Herbert just had hand surgery and their offensive line has been just totally scrambled over the course of the season. So like, it's not like the Chargers are perfect on their end either, but I think they are in a slightly better like team state than the Eagles are in terms of just like morale and continuity and chemistry, because every week it's the same story coming out of the Eagles locker room is that like the players don't like each other. The offense is falling apart. No one's happy. We're implementing positivity rabbits in the locker room. Like, if you have to do that, like something's not right. Where the vibe check, if we're going off vibes for our handicapping today, which you should never do, I lean towards the Chargers.
Well, I think for me, if you kind of look at both these teams, you're like, okay, both these teams have question marks. But one of these teams you're getting 2 points with. Like, if you think it's essentially a coin flip, you go with the team that's getting 2 points, in my opinion. But I have tried to, like, get creative on this and find a bet that I do like. Maybe this is a situation, and I know people are going to look at this and be like, same game teaser, Chelsea. What are you doing? But I do think it kind of fits the bill, because my hypothesis is that even if the Eagles win, it does not feel like a blowout win to me. So, like, that's one side of the coin where you say, okay, one of these legs is going to be the Chargers +7. I do think even if the Chargers lose, it's going to be a closer game. You look at the last 9 games for the Eagles, only 2 of those have been Eagles wins by more than 7 points. And one of those was an Eagles win over the Lions where it was 16-9. Like, that's right, at 7. So it just feels to me it's not going to be a blowout win. And I also think it's going to be a lower scoring game. So that's the second leg of the same game teaser. And depending on how much juice you want to lay, you can do Chargers +7 under 47. That's -105. Or you could do under 49 and you give yourself a little bit extra wiggle room. And that is -125. So I think that's the threading of the needle that I'm probably going to try, because that's the hypothesis. I say, one of these teams is going to win in a close, low-scoring affair, and I think maybe that's the way you play it.
I think you're spot on with that. So giving yourself a little wiggle room on both sides, not a bad idea at all. We've also just seen primetime games be lower scoring this year, Chelsea. Like we haven't seen too many primetime games totally pop off in terms of the scoreboard. And so to expect a lower scoring game in this one, I think is pretty fair. And the line is telling you that too. 42. It's down to 41.5 some other places. We're down to 1.5 in favor of the Eagles. So money coming in on the Chargers as well. So Chargers and the under. If those are your two tees or legs, I mean, you're on the right side or the side that the market is moving. I mean, although very limited moves, it's still moving that way.
Right. And I'll say this about like two teams that I have not been super high on, coming into this saying, oh, you can't trust them. Their defenses at least look trustworthy because that's been the thing with the Eagles. The reason why they have 8 wins on the season is because the defense has won a lot of games for them. Remember that stretch where it was like the Eagles beat the Packers 10-7. The Eagles beat the Lions 16-9. It's because, excuse me, of that defense. So I think it's fair to look at these numbers and say like it's going to be a closer scoring affair because I came into this game with the hypothesis that the Chargers have this great pass defense because all you hear about is like the Chargers are great at limiting the big play. And you do look at yards per attempt, and the Chargers just out of the top 5 in the NFL, only allowing 6.4 yards per attempt. But if you look at the Eagles secondary, they're only allowing 6.6. So it's a great secondary on paper as well. And if you look at this Eagles secondary, they're allowing a league low 56% completion percentage to opposing quarterbacks. So if you have that matchup going against Justin Herbert, who might not be 100%, I think it's lower scoring. So I think points are going to be at a premium. And I think we have a lower total. But let me ask you this, Kate. It's 42. That's the normal number for the line. Will you be playing the under on that?
Yes. I still think it's an under game, even at that total. I don't see a whole lot of action tonight. Like, I mean, the Chargers have been winning games, but their offense, like the weapons on their offense aren't, can you say they're not elite? Omari and Hampton coming back, like that could be a boost in the run game, but he also hasn't played since week 5. I don't think he's necessarily like a game changer in terms of going to pop off for 120 yards or anything like that. So I think this is going to be more of a defensive game, especially everything you just said about the secondary for the Eagles. Like they can kind of shut you down. And Ladd McConkey, yeah, he's great. The fact that I'm umming here is like, Keenan Allen, fine. They're all just like okay players. It's not like you have any Jamar Chases or Justin Jeffersons on this offense that is going to do some serious damage against even a very good secondary. I think this is going to be kind of a dud of a game in terms of points scored.
Right. And it's not, I don't think I'm super low on the weapons that the Chargers have. I just think when you don't have an offensive line to give you time, you can't utilize those weapons correctly because we've seen a lot of offensive line injuries for the Chargers this season. So maybe that goes into it as well. But sometimes you see these higher numbers and you're like, okay, well, they scored 31 against the Raiders. The Raiders defense is a far, far cry from what we'll see from the Eagles defense. So don't read in to that too much. And the Chargers have still gone under the total in 2 of their last 3 games. If you look at the Eagles, it's been 4 straight unders for Philadelphia. And a lot of that has been based on their offense needing to figure it out. As we know, tensions are mounting for their offensive coordinator. So let me ask you, do you think this is the game where the offense finally gets it together? Like, I feel like the answer is no, but this is what kind of, scares me in the back of my mind. It's the same thing when you bet against teams like the Chiefs, like the Ravens, where like maybe somewhere in there is a good team. This is a team that won the Super Bowl last year, but it's also December 8th of the season. If they haven't figured it out by now, when are they going to figure it out?
That's kind of my point. Like, I don't think it's all just going to necessarily come together for the Eagles. And because they're coming off of, 2 straight losses means that the Eagles are the team that's got to bounce back. I think if there's any team that bounces back in these spots, it's a team that has chemistry and the locker room is okay. Like the locker room is not okay in Philadelphia. And that's been a storyline for weeks now. So I don't think you go on the road across the entire country to, mind you, Philly to LA Jim Harbaugh is a very good coach. He's going to have a great game plan, and all of a sudden everything just kind of falls into place because it's time for things to fall into place for the Eagles. Like, I just don't think that's what we're going to see tonight. I think the Eagles continue to struggle a little bit, and they're going to have to figure things out before the playoffs. They're still in a great spot to win the division. But I don't think that whole figuring it out thing, offense turns around, happens tonight against this Chargers defense.
Yeah, I think if the Eagles win, it's going to be on the backs of their defense. That's what we've seen for most of the season. So I'm not saying the Eagles can't win. I'm just saying they're probably not going to score 35 points. And if they do, all credit to them. We'll be glad that they're back. And A.J. Brown, hey, maybe he'll be happy for once. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way after the break. We've saved our absolute best for last. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, time to land the plane. It's the final segment of the Daily Tip on a Monday, December 8th. In a few moments here on the show, we'll get to our favorite plays. And listen, there's been some lamenting and some complaining about this Monday night game between the Chargers and the Eagles, but we've settled on some things. In fact, I think Kate has 3 bets in this game. Kate Constable in for Jenks today. But before we get to our best bets, I was going to ask you about this because I feel like I'm in the exact Venn diagram of who this would work for, and it doesn't work for me. So I'm wondering who this does work for. So last night, Peacock had what they called, quote, the reality hot seat alternate broadcast of Sunday Night Football between the Chiefs and the Texans. And they had like these reality stars who hosted this. So they did play-by-play of this game. And I'm thinking to myself off the top, I'm like, if Tom Brady struggles with play-by-play, do we really think these reality stars are going to be able to carry a football broadcast? I did not watch this, but here are the names. And I didn't know any of these people. Boston Rob from Survivor, no idea. Heather Gay from The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, which I know that's a popular franchise for The Real Housewives. Still don't know who she is. Podcast host Justin Sylvester and Kate Chastain. So no disrespect to these people, but like they couldn't get bigger reality stars. Like maybe if it was Snooki, if it was Ariana Madix, if it was Kim Kardashian, maybe this would have worked. But like, I can't even feign interest in this. I don't know who was watching this.
I saw clips of this on Twitter this morning, and I wondered to myself, like, who are these people talking about the football game? Like, what? I don't know half these names, Chelsea. I mean, you know I live under a rock when it comes to pop culture, but like, I do know the big names, and maybe these are like massive names. I don't know, but like Kate Chastain, oh, she's got 1 million followers. I suppose maybe I should know who that is. I didn't get it. It didn't hit for me at all. I didn't even know it was happening. 1, last night when I was watching the game, but 2, like seeing clips this morning. No, I was just confused. And I know it's like the fun aspect of like, they're trying to explain the game. They don't exactly know everything, the ins and outs of what's going on. And so that's what makes it funny, is like trying to explain to your like, you know, best friend who doesn't watch football what's happening. Like, I don't know. It did not hit for me. Do they have any more of these planned? Like, what's the deal?
I think it was only because it was the Chiefs. And like my only thought is that they probably talked about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's just some industry executives like, they'll just talk about Taylor Swift and we don't have to pay for Taylor Swift. But I don't know. It seems too niche for me.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know these people well enough. So like I was was like, okay, what about the flip side? Like me and Dent were talking, we were like, okay, what if Peyton Manning did like an alternate cast of like Love Island or something? And I was like, you know what? Actually, I'd watch that. But that's so dependent on his personality. That's because Peyton Manning's like legitimately funny. And he is an A-lister. I think the problem with some of these TV networks is that they confuse social media fame with overall fame. Because you say this girl has 1 million followers. I would be curious to know how many people have 1 million followers on social media. I feel like it's probably a big number. I click on these people all the time where I have no idea who they are and they have like 5 million followers. Yeah, but it's not the same as people who are like A-list actors where it's just like their Q score. I don't know if you've heard of that metric where like people who are in every demographic like know who they are. It's just like there's too many influencers. So just because somebody's famous on social media does not mean that everybody in the country, like think about how many million people are in the United States. Like only 1 million of those people even know who this person is.
It's weird. I would actually watch Peyton Manning though, but you're right. It is all personality dependent. And I mean, the niche is too small of which they like Maxer in our chat that Kate Chastain is from Below Deck. Well, unless you watch like a ton of Bravo and that's your one show on Bravo, like if you watch sports in general, you probably know who Peyton Manning is without having watched, him through his entire career. If you didn't watch Below Deck, and I say all this knowing like I have so many girlfriends that are like, that went to BravoCon. So like maybe there are people that are like totally into this and this is their life. I kind of couldn't imagine that.
Right. I don't know. So the reason I mention this is because they're going to have another alternate broadcast tonight for Monday Night Football. But listen, I feel like this one makes a little bit more sense because I think it's geared towards children. So it's the cast of Monsters, Inc., and it's going to be on ESPN. It's their third animated all cast that they've done. They've done this on Nickelodeon, and honestly, I feel like they do a good job. Because, like, the kid broadcasters are actually pretty good. And the thing is, there are kids who are interested in football, but some of the words and, the broadcast on the normal one is too adult for them. Not even, like, adult in a bad way. It's just, they use bigger words. So, like, the kids one is more fun. So, I actually see a pathway for, like, if you have kids, maybe you would watch this one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm going to flip over and just watch this for a couple of minutes. I always do with all of these alternate broadcasts that are like the kids ones, the SpongeBob ones in the past, a Simpsons one. Just because it is funny. It's comical. And like, I have so many little nephews that are getting into sports, and like, this will probably help them understand the game a little bit more. So is your average NFL loving adult probably going to be tuning into this broadcast? No, not more than, a minute or two. But like, I think it's awesome for the kids. It gets them more involved, helps them understand the sport better. And it is kind of funny at the same time. Plus, I love Monsters, Inc. Like, I don't know who Kate Chastain is, but Mike Wazowski, oh yeah, he is right up my alley right there.
Right. It's a really popular movie. So I understand it. At least if I was like an industry executive, if you were pitching me that idea, I would agree with the Monsters, Inc. one, not so much the reality hot seat. Because why wouldn't you just watch reality TV if that's what you're into? All right, so without further ado, let's get to what we're actually playing in tonight's Monday Night Football matchup.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Kate, since you are guest hosting, you get to go first. So what we want from you here is your singular best bet. Pick one bet that you like, the one you like the most, and you tell us why.
I am going to take Jalen Hurts over 29.5 rushing yards is my very best bet. He's been using his legs a lot more lately, racking up those yards. I think he continues to do that with this offense struggling, maybe takes matters into his own hands at times in this game, especially if it's close late or if the Eagles are down at all. So I am going Jalen Hurts over 29.5 rushing yards tonight.
I like it. All right, for me, I had trouble kind of landing on something for this game. Just everything kind of led to a dead end for me. So I got a little creative, and I'm not a huge fan of same game teasers, but I feel like this one kind of fits the bill because the hypothesis for me is that this is going to be lower scoring, and I don't see either of these teams really blowing the other one out. Because what have we seen from the Eagles? Like, that has been the calling card for the Eagles, is that even when they're winning games, they're not dominating. If you look at their last 9 games, only 2 of those have been by more than 7 points. When it comes to wins, some of those games they've been losing outright. So first leg of the same game teaser is the Chargers +7. I think the Chargers can keep it close with an Eagles team that's offense has not been anything to write home about. And then, since points are going to be at a premium, we're going to combine Chargers +7 with under 49. That's -125. Both these defenses have been really dependable. Even if you don't trust Justin Herbert and his, recovery from hand surgery, which goes into the handicap as well, both these defenses have been tops in the NFL in some category or another. You look at the Eagles defense against the pass, allowing the worst completion percentage of any defense in the NFL to opposing quarterbacks. Opposing quarterbacks completing just 56% of their passes. Then you look at yards per attempt, and the Chargers have been one of the best teams at limiting the big play, allowing just 6.4 yards per attempt. So I think both these defenses kind of fit the bill here. So let's go a same game teaser, Chargers +7, under 49, -125. All right, Kate, I know you got a couple other bets. What are they and why?
Just sticking with the Jalen Hurts angle, Chelsea, I'm going to go an anytime touchdown, +105. You get a little plus money there. If I like him to run, I think he can find the end zone on at least one of those. And if it's not a designed run or a scramble of anything, it's tush push. Like, I'll just bank on the tush push. I mean, my bets kind of contradict each other because I'm also going to go Chargers money line. I mean, I think that the Eagles can score once or twice and the Chargers can still win this game. Chargers have the better defense right now. They have the better offense right now. I know Herbert's banged up, but as long as he's out there, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be okay, serviceable at the least. So I'm going Chargers money line. Plus, this line is moving ever so slightly, half a point in favor of the Chargers since it opened.
I think you can still thread the needle there. Like, I don't necessarily think that they're contradicting, but maybe don't play them in a same game parlay. Like, you can play these separately. Yeah. But, like, that's my advice for anybody playing same-game parlays. Make sure all of the legs correlate. Because I will say this. Like, as opposed to playing all bets, like, say you play 4 individual bets that all hinge on the Chargers having a good game, that's when you can find yourself underwater. If you have a lot riding on one particular result. So this way, you kind of have a couple outcomes covered.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, anytime I try, like, couple weeks this year, I've thought the Lions were going to absolutely go off, and I, do a fun little same game parlay on multiple Lions players to like just destroy the stat sheet, and I get destroyed in the backlash of that because it is hard for multiple players to have like breakout games type of thing and your parlay to hit. So I'm done with same game parlays for the most part, Chelsea. All 3 of those bets tonight for me are all going to be straight bets.
But if there is a team that you could sell me on a same game parlay, it's usually the Lions. Because, like, their offense is so easy to fall in love with. Like, Jahmyr Gibbs, it feels like he's matchup-proof. He is so electric and dynamic. So I see where you're coming from when it comes to the Lions. We'll see on the Eagles and Chargers, though. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. For me, for Kate Constable, go out and have a fantastic Monday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
What a weekend for anybody holding Buffalo stock that I was told was dead in October. Oh, if you got a Bills ticket, light it on fire. Here are the three things that happened yesterday. The Bengals are dead. The Chiefs are cooked. And oh, by the way, the Ravens lost again. Because anytime Mike Tomlin has a chance to dip under 500, he turns into Bill frickin' Belichick. So Burrow's dead. Mahomes is likely dead. And now you got Lamar underneath the playoff format. If the season were to end today, the Bengals, Chiefs, and Ravens are all out. If it ain't Buffalo this year, man, it ain't ever going to happen. I'm sorry. Like, you got everybody out of the way right now. Yeah. How do you not like your chances? If the AFC is truly wide open and I get Josh Allen, you roll those dice 10 times out of 10, Joe.
Let's repeat that. Let's just say this another way. Let's go back to the beginning of the year. I tell you, you're big on Buffalo anyways, but beginning of the year, forget your Bills bet already. I go, Burrow's out. Mahomes is out. Lamar's out. It's easy, right? Like, it's set in stone. The story's told. What are you worried about? You're like, you're in. Now, we didn't know Denver was going to go and win like 18,000 games in a row. We didn't know that their defense good, but to this level, I don't know. And then Houston coming through and the level that they're playing at, you don't know all that as well. But I mean, just this league. At one point this season, Indianapolis looked like the best team in the AFC. That was a thing, whether you were believing or not. And then what happens? They go to Jacksonville. Everything goes wrong for them. Every time they go to Jacksonville, now they lose their quarterback and their season is shot. There's another team season that you could throw them into the list too, Sam. Maybe not at the beginning of the year, but in the first half of the year, like, man, this team, how are you going to take them down? They're viewed as a top 5 team in the league. And now they're going to be out as well. Sorry, Riley Leonard ain't going to get it done, ain't going to save their season. You're right. That is one of the major takeaways. We had so many impactful games this weekend, but big picture-wise, if you're just looking at the AFC picture, all these teams dead, and then here are the Bills. A Bills team that many people thought were going to lose, and I think that was fair. They were down double digits to Joe Burrow, but Josh Allen put on the Superman cape, found a way. Another one of those Josh Allen games where he has 4 total touchdowns. Bengals, man, it's just, they're out of the playoffs. They got their 9th loss yesterday. You don't want to face them. You do not want to face that team right now. I know their defense stinks, and, you know, that was a high-scoring affair. It was fun to watch, 39-34, your final. Bills win. Do not cover. Win by 5, number 5.5. But if you're fighting for a playoff spot, you do not want to see Bengals on your schedule.
ton of over money yesterday, steam-wise. Wise guys were betting the over. This total was 52 on the open. Near kickoff, 55. And, there were some people that may have thought that total was too high. How about 73 points? 39-34. Easy over. And Buffalo had 21 points in a 4-minute and 30-second span late in that game. If 17 plays this way, they are going to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to say they're going to win it, but they're going. You can have Drake May. You can have Bo Nix. You can have C.J. Stroud. Now, that Texan defense does worry me a bit, of course. But as long as Buffalo takes care of business, Buffalo's going to be at home. So, okay, Houston's going to come on the road potentially in a snowstorm and beat Buffalo. I don't think so. I'd feel much better with Buffalo over Houston in Buffalo than I would Houston over Buffalo. And then you got, here's your playoff picture right now in the AFC. Denver's the 1, New England's the 2, Jacksonville is the 3. You like any of them over Buffalo? I don't.
No, I do not. And to your point about that game, I'm not the biggest live bettor in the world, but I was tweeting about it during the game. I'm like, this looks like 80 plus. I was wrong. It didn't get to 80, but guess what? When I was hitting it, it was hovering mid 50s. At one point I saw it get to 60. I wasn't betting it there, but there were times when maybe a drive would stall. It would get down to 55 and a half, 56 and a half, 57 and a half. I was like, this game's going to fly over. And you're right. 21 points for the Bills in a span of 4 minutes and 30 seconds of actual game time. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats with you on a Monday. So much to cover. Let's look at the other conference. Biggest game of the day. Chicago, Green Bay. My takeaway might be a little bit different than you. I'm curious. So the Packers cover if you bet the 6.5. That's actually closed on 7. So it closed as a push, flies over the total of 44. We're going to do this thing again in 2 more weeks. This was an awesome game. And it was a tale of 2 halves for the Bears. They looked outright pathetic. Looked like they were going to get their ass beat at halftime. They turned things around, and they looked like a completely different team. The Packers owned the first half. The Bears owned the second half. Comes down to the final play of the game. Bears have a chance to force overtime or maybe score a touchdown, go for 2, which I think Ben Johnson would have done, and win that game on the road at Lambeau. We felt all week the Packers were going to win the game. They did. It basically lands right on the number. But this one's going to be really fun in 2 more weeks. I think the Bears are a lot closer to the Packers than we figured.
Sure. They don't suck anymore. That much is clear. They're also still not good enough. And your quarterback can't play that way and put you behind the 8 ball, being 4 of 11 for 11 yards with a minute to go in the first half. You can't send the frickin' Night King meme and then have him play like that. Now, I know it's cold, and it felt like 10 degrees or lower as the night progressed last night. But their offense was anemic. It was invisible in the first half. And the challenge for Ben Johnson has been, how do I get my quarterback to play the way he played in the second half, in the first half? Because if it's not 14-3, Chicago might win the game if the Bears don't fall behind that early. Bears ran the ball, decently, 138 yards, but yards per pass, 4.9 for Chicago, 8.5 for Green Bay. Caleb was awful for 2.5, 3 quarters. And then he turned it on late. He had some really nice throws in that game, but too little, too late. The Packers have won 30 of the last 36 games. This has not been a rivalry for a long, long time, Joe.
It is now. I'm going to say it is. I'm willing to take that stand. It's fun when both teams are good. This game got a lot of hype. They both have great records. With Ben Johnson there, I just don't see them going back to what they were. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am. But I think it is a rivalry again, and I think the Bears get them in 2 weeks. And I can't wait for that game. Really, really looking forward to it. And things flip. things flip in the playoff picture again. So last Monday, we're sitting here. The Bears are the 1 seed in the NFC. This one result changes things so much. Now the Bears are the 7 seed, and the Packers take over the division. We saw that a lot yesterday where things flip and teams take over the divisions. I had mentioned this quickly last week. Drake May did not play yesterday. Love put up some awesome numbers again. He is a metrics darling. If the Packers go on a run here, he is very live to win the MVP. People want to tell you at all the big networks, a lot of the talking heads on TV, other big podcasts, all that, it is a 2-player race. No, it is a 3-player race. I said it had a chance to be 4. Dak lost. They're going to be out of the playoffs after Thursday. Sam, it is a 3-player race. Love is obviously the long shot of the 3, but he is very much alive with Staffy and May.
I would extend it to 4 players. What happens if Josh Allen beats New England in Foxborough? Then it's
just being the 4th guy right now and having to repeat. I think he's got to be far and away the best guy. And I'm not sure that he's going to be that's going to be the takeaway at the end.
Well, from a number standpoint, though, Love is 10-1, Allen's 14-1 at MGM.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that we can draw the line at 10 when there's a guy at 14. The MVP is going to be a wild finish. Also, the NFC is going to be a crazy race to the finish line. There's going to be a team with 11 wins that misses the playoffs. That's going to happen. San Francisco is the 6th seed right now, 9-4. Bears are the 7, 9-4. Lions are the 8 at 8-5. And the Lions could definitely be 11-6. And I don't know that 11-6 is going to get everybody in this conference. I mean, the 9 seed is 7-6. If Carolina wins out, they're 11-6. So you could have 2 teams with double-digit wins miss the playoffs in this loaded NFC.
There's a lot of interesting schedules that we'll have to break down this week because there are a lot of them playing each other too. Like the Bears have the Packers and the Lions still. And, there's a lot of these playoff teams. New Orleans, Carolina, they haven't played yet. They still have to play 2 more times. So a lot of these teams are going to be beating each other up. It's going to be fascinating to watch. Seattle, Atlanta, that thing was tied at halftime. Seahawks 37-9. Easy cover. They steamroll them. Speaking of steamroll, sharp money we're hearing on the Commanders all week. What? Who's this Vikings team? Where the hell have you been? Vikings 31, Washington 0. Unfortunately, Commanders fans are going to hate to hear this, but I know they already say it. The more you see of Jaden Daniels, the more you worry he's RG3. Got hurt again. I'm just saying.
You think they're going to go over the win total? Injuries. Are they going to go over 9.5 at 3-10, Washington?
I think they're just going to miss. Yep. One thing goes wrong, turns into another. By the way, warned you about the Saints. Warned you. Bucks, by far the most popular in Survivor. There were 48 going into the week in Circa. 28 of them took Tampa Bay. 62%.
5 took Cleveland.
Bro, what was that? And we told you, people are going to pick them. Don't do it. Don't do it. And Shedeur was awesome. Great. Not enough. Because the Browns defense gave up 31 points to the Titans. That's what you get with bad teams. All right, we're going to change things up a little bit. Normally, next on a Monday, we would be previewing Monday Night Football. We'll get to that next hour. But the college football playoff fallout. Each of us have a lot to say here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
And once we moved Miami ahead of BYU, then we had that side-by-side comparison that everybody had been hungering for with Notre Dame and Miami. And you look at those two teams on paper, and they're almost equal in their schedule strength, their common opponents, the results against their common opponents. But the one metric we had to fall back on, again, was the head-to-head. I charged the committee members to go back and watch that game again, the Miami-Notre Dame game, because it was so far back. And we got some interesting debate from our coaches on what that game looked like as we watched it. And with that in mind, we gave Miami the nod over Notre Dame into that 10 spot.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, did we get the reveal yet? Did they finally do? Oh, my God, that was so painful on Sunday morning. You're waiting for these games to start, and they're just dragging it out and dragging it out and dragging it out. But then again, maybe ESPN is the biggest problem in all of this. We'll get to that coming up. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. I was ready to scream and be pissed off, and boy, was I pissed off for another reason. It's not just because I'm a Notre Dame fan, and people will say I'm biased. That's just fine. Each of us have a ton to say. Sam, you were on the air yesterday morning, so I doubt that you got a chance to see everything that they had to say. It didn't really matter. We know the result. That had to suck, being on the air while we're trying to figure out, okay, who's in, who's out. And we finally get it. Once they did become side by side, I was concerned, but I was holding out hope because the betting market was still saying Notre Dame's in. Notre Dame's in. And then it was creeping down and down and down. And Notre Dame, actually, for the most part, they got the results that they were hoping for on Championship Saturday. And it still didn't go their way. It didn't matter that it is a 3-loss Alabama team. They held to their word and said that those games don't matter. Apparently, it can only matter for the positive, but not the negative. All right, Sam, let's dive in. Where do you want to begin?
Well, this morning I've been seeing even dumber stuff than usual. I got Colby Dant and Ryan Horvat telling me, oh, Notre Dame lost to Marshall in 2022. Who cares? Like,
what
honestly, are you
matter?
people are stupid. They're just stupid. Like, the Notre Dame hate, I understand. You don't like Notre Dame, fine. I had made a tweet yesterday that Notre Dame would smash James Madison or Tulane because they would.
Totally.
Like, they would. Well, Notre Dame lost to a Marshall in Northern Illinois. I'm like, you people are idiots. If that's what you're going to go to, you're stupid. And Ryan Horvat, 20 minutes ago, they lost to Marshall in 2022. Who cares? That has nothing to do with Notre Dame being a top 12 team. You want the best teams in the playoff. Do you really want James Madison to go to Eugene and lose by 28? Is that the best playoff? No. And I want to preface everything I'm about to say with the following. $2,000 hit my account last night because Miami made the playoff.
Yeah.
I made that bet in the summer. I financially profited yesterday by Miami making the playoff. And I still think Notre Dame should be in. Now, the real question is, should Alabama be in? After getting waxed by Georgia in a conference title game and having -3 rushing yards. -3. And we're going to have that team be in over a team that's dominated everybody for 10 straight weeks. But then you got the SEC stuff. And you're right. We were on the air yesterday, Nick and I, and they did the hour show that could have been 12 minutes, and they got to go to every campus and hear from Marty Smith again. Like, okay, all right, just give us the bracket. Can we get the bracket, please?
Jen Lada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Jen Lada in her skin-tight leather pants. So they bring out Saban in his crimson red sport coat, and then they bring out Herb Street. And again, I can't hear it because I'm on the air, but I can read lips, and you know what they're saying. Like, oh, Alabama plays in the. You can see. I'm mouthing SEC on camera for those that can't see, because it's ESPN who has a relationship with SEC. So, what do you think Saban and Herb Street are saying on the College Football Playoff Review show?
Can I tell you one thing that Herb Street was saying? Not to,
Sure.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but this kind of set me off because you're trying to read the lips, and I just want to fill something in. One of the first things that Herbstreit said when he gets on camera, which set me off and many others. Well, with this committee, the rankings aren't true until they get all the data in. Notre Dame and Miami didn't play. And every week leading up to the conference championship games, Notre Dame well ahead of Miami. When this started, it was 10 and it was 18. Notre Dame never lost, but somehow Miami passes them up. I just wanted to fill that in for you. They don't know the true rankings till they get all the data, even though they flipped teams that didn't play. Okay.
I also saw a clip of Herbstreit who was saying, oh, well, BYU shouldn't be in because they lost their conference championship. And then 3 minutes later, he's like, well, Alabama shouldn't be penalized for losing their conference championship. And I'm like, this is what's going on. Like, it's hard to get upset because, like, everybody's stupid. And I got people on the internet telling me that Notre Dame shouldn't be in because they lost to Northern Illinois last year in week 2. Like, that matters. Just like everybody's stupid. That's my thesis. Yeah. Miami should be in. Notre Dame should be in. Alabama, to me, should have been penalized. I have this tweet. I thought Ben Stevens had a really interesting tweet yesterday. Losers of the Power 4 title games. Ohio State lost by 3, dropped by a spot. BYU lost by 27, dropped by a spot. Virginia lost by 7 in overtime, dropped out of the playoff. Alabama lost by 21, did not drop a single spot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fair. What is it? Pick a lane, be consistent. Nobody knows. We knew this, but yesterday was more evidence than ever before that the weekly ranking show is a big fat zero. And you would think that as we get to the end, maybe last week's ranking show, weekly show, reveal, whatever you want to call it, okay, maybe that means something. No, it meant nothing. It meant nothing. And ESPN is a big part of the problem. And then it was interesting as they're interviewing the chair, you see Reese Davis kind of realizing, oh, this weekly ranking show that I'm on every week means nothing. It's completely irrelevant because they changed everything. They did. And we said it, they protected Bama, except for protecting Bama. So you move Bama up, can't move them again. They're in the SEC championship game. That's what they decided, even though they move other teams. And then, well, we're going to change with other. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. And the whole side-by-side, Booger McFarland was right. Oh, well, once we get another week of them talking about it, things are going to change. And that's exactly what happened. Here's the bottom line. And I think we're both on the same page here. They like to talk a big game about getting the best teams. They did not get the best teams. They didn't get the best 12. They didn't get the best 10. Sam, they didn't get the best 5. Your system is broken. We all know this. And I hope there's changes. Maybe there will be. Maybe there won't be. And I know there's a lot of Notre Dame haters and all that. And like, you just hear it all. Join a conference! Join a conference! Hello. Look at the environment. Conferences are going away. And you have teams in conferences that still aren't playing anybody if you're screaming about Notre Dame's easy schedule. Because they can't. Because the conferences are too big. There are going to be teams every year that miss a lot of tough teams. Break down some of those schedules in the Big Ten and the SEC. And leading into the Indiana-Ohio State Big Ten championship game, those teams miss good teams. They weren't playing Oregon. On the Indiana side, they didn't play Michigan, which ended up being, like, I guess, the 4th or 5th best team. They missed USC. Like, what are we doing? Stop it. Join a conference. That's not going to fix everything. The conferences are going away. We're getting closer and closer to these super leagues. Now, will Notre Dame do it? I lean no, because they see what's happening here. So don't fool yourself into thinking that joining a conference is going to fix all this. That if they need to do it, well, you can't just be independent. You got to join a conference like everybody else. Well, everybody else isn't in a conference, but they're going away. So why do you have to join a conference? I don't understand that. So, I mean, it's broken in a number of ways. I did want to get to something from a friend of the show. Did you see what Brett McMurphy put out there before we even got to the reveal of the college football playoff yesterday?
No.
Okay, so he puts this out, and this is before the reveal, before we know. Not much at stake today, says industry source who tells On3 Sports. And I quote, "No matter what, today could be the day the CFP collapses. If they host Notre Dame or Alabama or an entire P4 league, meaning the ACC, did 2 or 3, then they let 2 G5 teams in and only one from Big 12/ACC, question mark. I'm praying this committee ends." Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Bring back the BCS. Come back with some sort of a formula with numbers so they're not making it up as they go along.
4-team playoff would have been as easy as ever to just put in Indiana, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas Tech, and we have an outstanding college football playoff. But you want to keep expanding. Keep expanding. Go ahead. Let's get 24 teams. That'll fix everything. Oh, join a conference. Oh, Duke won the conference championship and didn't make the playoff. We just make it up as we go along. Here are the top 12 teams. If you just followed the AP poll, which has been made fun of for decades, you took the AP poll top 12, Indiana, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Miami, Alabama, BYU. Bang. That's your playoff right there. That would be the way to do it. But things are never this simple because dumb people get involved, as we've chronicled over the last 12 minutes. Couple other quick things. The Hard Rock had so much money on Miami to make the playoff. Mm-hmm. Hard Rock has a monopoly in Florida. So there was a guy who bet Notre Dame to miss the playoffs at 500-1 yesterday. He posted his slip online. He bet $2. $2. Utah! Give me 2. He bet $2 and won 1,000. Yep. He won $1,000 because all of the Miami money to make created massive liability. So they had to write some Notre Dame bets, and somebody took advantage. $2 to win 1,000. And then Brad Powers had a really good tweet. If you want to jot this down, you can take shots in the summer. Here are your preseason odds to win the conference championships. Tulane was 3.25 to win the American. Duke was as high as 50-1 to win the ACC. Indiana 45-1 to win the Big Ten. Texas Tech 650 to win the Big 12. Kennesaw State 50-1, Conference USA. Western Michigan 25-1 to win the MAC. Boise was favored -0.25 to win the Mountain West. James Madison 350 Sun Belt, and Georgia plus 450 to win the SEC. A lot of big prices there. 50, 45, 50, 25 on teams to win their conferences that took care of business.
I was laughing yesterday. Big Cat tweets out, credit to Brandon Walker for picking the Ducks in our preseason draft. And then he posted an image of the 12 teams that Brandon Walker, their college football guy over at Barstool, picked to make the playoff. In addition to Oregon, he had Penn State, Notre Dame, Baylor, Arizona State, Washington, Texas, LSU, Boise, Missouri, Louisville, and Illinois.
Illinois. That's funny. I saw a clip of Joel Klatt on social saying, all we tried to do all summer was move Indiana out of the way. I'm like, we have audio of you saying that Illinois is the next Indiana. Like, he's acting like acting pro-Indiana now.
I know. Well, whatever happens most recently. Also, I saw Joe Klatt saying he's mad that Notre Dame's not playing in a bowl game. None of this matters. I wouldn't play for what? For what? It's like, oh, you're taking your ball and you're going home. Now that we have the playoff, I'm sorry, Joel, and that was an entertaining Big Ten championship. As Chris Mack put it on Friday, and I thought that was well put, this is the most meaningless 1 versus 2 in the history of college football. That's where we're at right now. It didn't matter. Both of those teams are going to be in the playoff. Both of those teams were getting a bye. It meant more as far as the Heisman. I get it. He tries to pump up what he's on. But, yeah, he was going after Notre Dame for not playing in a bowl game.
Imagine hating Notre Dame so much that you care that they pull out of the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Like, I wouldn't play either. Nobody's going to watch. Who cares? And the other part, they don't want to play in a bowl game on ESPN. They're pissed, and I get it. Case of the Monday's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
That's what's on a Monday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. A lot coming up throughout the rest of the show. We'll have Jason Lockenfora check in with his thoughts on everything that's going down in the National Football League, including the team he covers on a daily basis, the Ravens. Now it looks like they're going to be toast. I don't know. That division changes every week, so who the hell knows? Aaron Rodgers with a bit of a throwback, 284 yards yesterday, pushing the ball down the field. You never know what's going to happen. All right, case of the Monday, Sam. We're angry about a lot of things. Plenty of things we haven't even touched on yet. Where do you want to start with your cases?
10 shows to go, pal. 10 shows. That's it.
That's it.
Well, why don't I just go here?
We'll see
if
we
we
get
Katie
there.
Feeney is? You know who Katie Feeney is?
ESPN at a time? Or am I right?
Yeah, that's the 23-year-old who got hired by ESPN to make a lot of money because she has a huge TikTok and Instagram following. I'm sure she's been in the trenches and plenty of locker rooms in her life, so that's why she got hired. She posted a video yesterday about how she was getting dressed to go to the Bills-Chiefs game, or the Bills-Bengals game, excuse me. And it's basically like her deciding what she's going to wear in the cold. And it's as cringeworthy as you would think, but everybody loves it because everybody's like, oh, she's a cute girl. Let me like it and comment on it. So she's getting dressed and she's putting all these layers on. And then she realizes that she forgot to put her socks on, all her layers of socks. So she's got long sleeve, heated vest, overcoat, sweatpants, leggings, jeans, and then she realizes she doesn't have her socks on. And you could tell, like, this is not a bit, like she just forgot to put her socks on. So then she's got all these layers on, and she's trying to stand up and put her socks on, and she almost falls over. And I'm like, she's going to have a job in 2 weeks, and I'm not. Like, that person is going to be covering sports in 2 weeks and have a very, very good job with a very, very big company. And she doesn't know that you have to put socks on before you put layers on. Like, this is where the space is going. And good for her. She's working for a massive network at a very young age. And she'll probably have a very, very successful career. But come on, dude. Like, how do you not know that you have to put your sock? You can't, because of all the layers, you're stiff as a board. If you have 3 tops on and 3 pants on, you have no flexibility. You can't bend down, let alone put on socks. And you could tell, like, she didn't think this through, obviously, because she's 23. Those are the people that are going to have jobs in 2 weeks, Joe. Not you and me.
Yeah. I hate where we're at right now in media.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's a cheerleader. Everybody got to be a cheerleader. Or, you know what? People are scared to hire you because, you got negative comments online, right? Or you don't have enough of a fake following because you're not a cheerleader. It's ridiculous. It's, making it up as we go along. Much like the committee, this is the business we've chosen. All right, I'll throw one out. You son of a bitch, Pete Carroll. You son of a bitch. In the media contest, I've been having an awful year. I'm 3-0 pending the 4th pick, the Denver Broncos -7.5. Broncos up by 10. As time expires, Pete Carroll decides, you know what? Let's work on our kicking game. Let's go for a 44-yard field goal as time expires. We're down by 10. We need some scores. We need a touchdown and then some. But who cares? Let's just try for the field goal. Let's make sure we do that. Let's tack on 3 more. He coaches the Vegas Raiders. There's no way. The conversation on the headset wasn't, well, let's at least cover the spread for all of our fans here at Allegiant. There's no way. They knew it was 7.5, and then it goes from 10 to 7. So send the field goal team out there. Let's cover the point spread. Not only did that cover the spread for the Raiders, going from a 10 to a 7-point margin, that also decided the total. Total goes over. Damn it, Pete Carroll, you suck. That was a brutal beat at the very end. Now, El Presidente was saying worst beat of all time in a video that he was recording. That's going a bit too far, but yeah, that was a rough one on the Broncos not covering the 7.5, and it wasn't because of what most people would say. Oh, well, that's what you get when you go with Bo Nix. Like, no, it was a meaningless field goal at the very end, but Pete Carroll decides to go for it there. So that's one of my case of the Mondays. What else? This one flew under the radar totally. I didn't even know this was happening. Jeff Kent's in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Jeff Kent. You know who's not in the Hall of Fame? His teammate Barry Bonds. You tell me. You grew up watching those Giants teams. Who was better on that team? Jeff Kent or Barry Bonds? That's a real tough one. Wow. And it wasn't even close. Wasn't even close on the vote. He got 12. He got 14 out of 16. You needed 12. Clemens, Bonds, Sheffield, no go. But let's bring in Jeff Kent, the 5-time All-Star, because he got the MVP that one year. And he notoriously hated Barry Bonds. They fought all the time in the clubhouse. And one of the quotes from Jeff Kent, he was saying that one of the things he did in his career in his playing days is he did a good job of motivating Barry Bonds. This guy, get out of here, dude. Hell of a player. He was awesome. When I was a kid watching him play second base, I'm like, he's one of the best second basemen in the game. He's not better than? He's not better than Barry Bonds, his own teammate. But he's in the Hall now. Not Bonds or Clemens or Sheffield once again.
Yep. It's a character Hall of Fame, right? Until it's not. I've always thought all along you can't ignore history. And you want to take an entire era of baseball and take those players who made that era great and kick them out. I mean, Bud Selig looked the other way at all of this. All of it. And then once these players retired, they cheated. Well, if they didn't cheat, that sport might have never come back from the lockout. So I've always felt that, look, if they cheated, they can own that and they can wear that. Create a cheaters wing in Cooperstown or a steroid era wing and put them all in. And they have to live with that. And when you go there, they have to, see that their plaque has an asterisk or they're in a steroid era wing or whatever. Like have you taken Jack to Cooperstown yet?
No, we went to Louisville, the Louisville Slugger Museum. I've not gone to Cooperstown. I've never gone in my life. Have you?
No. So what are you going to say to Jack when he asks you where all the players from the 90s are?
Yeah, I don't.
Like, you have to say something.
I'm telling the truth.
He's going to ask. Yeah.
I'll tell him the truth. Yeah. Yeah. Like, what about all the players that you grew up? What about the best players? Hey, I thought the best Cub was Sammy Sosa. How come he's not in the Hall of Fame? Well, that's up for debate, and that's a long conversation. But, yeah.
Yeah, there are some people that would say they cheated, they broke the sacred rules. Okay, fine. If you want to be that way, fine. My whole thing is we can't ignore the lows of the sport. Like, you have to chronicle everything, or you should. That's my opinion. Again, not saying that it's right, but they should all be in.
And right now, you have players in the Hall of Fame that cheated too. So, like, that point is moot to me. Doesn't matter.
You have
players,
terrible people in the Hall of Fame,
and ones that
terrible
cheated.
people.
If you're going by this criteria, ones that cheated took roids. But okay, let's ignore those.
Yeah. They saved the game, and then when they retired, they were pushed aside. Back to the Broncos and Raiders ending. I can't believe, and I'm a Prez guy. I like Prez.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to say that Pete Carroll should be murdered on a video? I mean,
he said murdered? Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh,
he
yeah,
said
did.
that Pete Carroll should be in prison, and then he said
that.
he wanted Pete Carroll murdered in the same video. And I'm like, God, why do you have to be so insane with that take? Like, why do we have to go there? And of course, the anti-Barstool crowd is just having a field day with it. Paul Allen, voice of the Minnesota Vikings, quoted Dave's video and said, I went into this video thinking it would be funny, and instead it's repulsive and awful. Joking or not, rooting for Raiders head coach Pete Carroll to be murdered. I can't believe I'm reading this. Rooting for Raiders head coach Pete Carroll to be murdered is appalling and reprehensible. Sometimes you really can have dollars and not have sense, spelled S-E-N-S-E. I agree. I mean, he's in bed with DraftKings, who's in bed with the NFL, and that's his reaction. Not a good look, Joe.
It's back to where we started in this segment, this media landscape. Shock value. Hottest take. How do I go viral? It gets you into trouble. And there's a lot of people that think that's where it's at. Like, okay. You know what? I referenced it. I saw it. I didn't watch the whole thing. So I didn't even see the murdered part, I don't believe, because I like him too. But, we're going for the over-the-top thing. How do I get as many reposts, likes as possible? This will do it. Every media company falls for it. There's a lot of them. A lot of them that are falling for it. Ooh, what's a shock factor? And so now we're going back to that way, even though it's fake as all hell. That's what bothers me. It's this fake crap. But apparently some people don't see through it, I guess. Or they think the audience is a bunch of morons and they're going to buy into it. Oh, yeah, that's his real opinion. He really thinks Pete Carroll should be murdered. Okay. Anyways, Jason La Canfora on the other side. Is it over for the Chiefs? Is it over for the Ravens? What a crazy football season. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Monday morning, and every Monday, Jason La Canfora kind enough to drop by and discuss everything that occurred on Sunday in the NFL. If you bet overs, you cashed a lot of tickets. Certainly, they go 10-2 yesterday, 11-2 on the week, but we're talking about the high leverage games, and there were a handful of them. Jason, we've got to start off with the Ravens, the team that you cover on a regular basis. We're chatting during the break. You said during the offseason they were plus 450 to miss the playoffs. I just took a look, and some books that have reposted that number have it at minus 215, a minus 215 favorite for the Ravens to miss the playoff, and maybe that number's a little short.
Yeah, I think it is. Look, I thought they'd find a way to be a point better, 2 points better, maybe 3 points better than a horribly flawed Steelers team at home. But I thought they'd get their pants pulled down on national TV Thanksgiving night. We cashed a lot of tickets on that one. Perfect night, actually. I won a bet. And I jumped Bengals plus 130 on the money line over the weekend for the upcoming rematch game in Cincinnati, where I think the Ravens are going to get spanked even more. It wouldn't shock me if Burrow threw 5 touchdowns in that game. He's got nothing to lose. He's going to let it all hang out. And it's a fraudulent defense. There are 115 NFL players who have registered at least 3 sacks for their team this season. None of them are employed by the Baltimore Ravens. It is a joke pass rush. It is a fraudulent defense. When they face quarterbacks this year who've won a playoff game, they are 0-6. 15 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 68% completions, 110 quarterback rating. When they face Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor and Joe Flacco and Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, when they face the other guys, they're undefeated, opposing quarterback rating of 64. But guess what? Go look at their schedule. It's pretty much filled with guys who have won playoff games or guys like Drake May, the odds-on favorite to win the MVP, who probably will win a playoff game pretty soon. And they also are broken on offense. So, yeah, look, my biggest regret of the weekend is the Joe Burrow pick 6 because I love Cincinnati plus 850 to make the playoffs. And they were about one play away from winning that game in Buffalo. And had that happen, I'd be really excited right now. But I did love Colts plus 240 to miss the playoffs. Try finding that now. And that was Sunday morning.
Yeah.
It's so sad to see the Chiefs minus 700 to miss the playoffs, isn't it? So sad.
Oh, it breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Everything comes to an end. And this is coming to an inglorious end. And it does seem like for a team that won 17 straight one-score games and a team that seemed to get every call whenever they needed it and any home cooking whenever they needed it. And they needed the playing surface of a Super Bowl to become a huge issue whenever they needed it. To watch Mahomes, basically, he is the offense running, not throwing. And Kelsey dropping balls and Kelsey out of sorts and Kelsey contributing to interceptions. I mean, and they can't find offensive linemen and they've got no explosives on offense and seemingly have run out of pop passes and run out of jump passes and run out of ideas. Yeah, it's with the thud. I loved the under last night. I didn't play a side. I'm on the Jags to win the division, so I was kind of hoping Kansas City might have won that one to give a little distance between Jacksonville and Houston for my own wallet. But Houston's a legitimate team, and I've been writing at the Washington Post about this really since about week 4. At least 2 teams were going to make it out of the South. Like the AFC South was clearly 6 weeks in, 8 weeks into the season. It was better by and large than the AFC North. It was better by and large than the AFC East. And once once the Chargers started running out of tackles, it was probably better than the West. And it is. And I don't think the Colts are going, and I didn't think the Colts were going before Daniel Jones got hurt, just based on their schedule and the way the offense was constricted and some of the injuries and deficiencies on defense. But, Houston's defense is truly, truly elite, and it could carry them pretty far.
It's funny because before yesterday's result, like Pittsburgh, Baltimore, for example, it was Tomlin's leaving. He's going to be gone. And now that we got the Ravens result, you hear people say, now Harbaugh's got to be gone. It's got to be him. And then we're talking about the Chiefs, the end of the dynasty. And naturally you think, well, if it's the end of the dynasty, why is Andy Reid staying? But he's made no bones about it. He doesn't plan on leaving. At least it doesn't seem like it. If you go through the league, you already have multiple guys that have been fired, but if you go through the league, it's pretty easy to figure out your 6 to 8 coaches, your 6 to 8 teams that are going to have vacancies. Is there going to be a surprise? You think there's going to be one going into the year you thought, oh, there's no way, because we keep talking about some of these bigger names. Maybe they're finally going to stop coaching because they've been there forever.
Well, I think the surprise is going to be McDaniel keeping his job, which looked like no chance at the start of the season, and certainly looked like no chance when they fired Chris Greer, the GM, and it looked like no chance at the trade deadline. But they're locked into Tua. No, it's a $60 million contract, fully guaranteed for next year. Nobody's taking it off their hands, and nobody's more enthusiastic about coaching Tua than the guy they're already paying to coach their team. So I think that'll be the upset. Look, I've been reporting for weeks that Pete Carroll, this is a one and done. And so will that surprise people when that ultimately happens? I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends who you've been listening to and reading and talking to. But that die has been started to be cast for weeks now. I mean, look, we know there's 2 teams that have interim coaches that aren't going to keep them. Raheem Morris is not going to keep his job in Atlanta. And I think the situation in Cleveland, like whether they trade Stefanski, whether they just let him go, I think that's another one that's probably coming to a head. And then, like Baltimore and Pittsburgh, whoever doesn't survive, like I'd be really surprised if Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, did anything, because he doesn't do anything. And he's only opened his mouth publicly like once in the last 6 years. But like when he did, he said, I'm going to sell the team. I'm not keeping it in the family. And that's probably sooner rather than later. Like, I don't think he's launching a head coach search. Like, I think he's got his guy. He just gave him another extension a few months ago. So I don't think that one's happening. I mean, Pittsburgh, if the bottom falls out after this, could he be traded? I mean, possibly, but he's not going to be fired.
Who goes deeper in the playoffs, Denver or New England?
Denver. Yeah, I think Denver. You've got the element of altitude. You've got a different sort of home field advantage. You've got an elite defense. Is it slipping a little bit lately? I mean, part of me thinks so. Part of me also thinks maybe they're a little bored. Maybe they're getting a little cute. But I think Denver. Sean Payton has obviously won a Super Bowl. I think the world of Mike Vrabel, but he hasn't. Denver's a little bit further along in their rebuild. Bo Nix had to deal with some stuff in the playoffs last year. This is going to be a whole new ball of wax for Drake May. So, I've thought all along that Denver, like I've got tickets to Denver in the championship game from the summer. Like I thought like Denver was very live for me to win that division. And if they win that division and they best Kansas City in the regular season, why couldn't they, with that coach and that defense, be the last team standing in the AFC? New England, I sat back on. I just wanted to watch. Like, let me see what this looks like the first 6-8 weeks. Like, I love Vrabel, but let me see it. And again, they're way ahead of schedule, but they haven't faced anybody, and they haven't been the hunted, and the playoffs are different. And there's not I like the defense collectively, but there's not enough blue chip players. There's not enough blue chip pass rushers for me to think that they could go further than Denver.
Joe O. Sammy P with Jason La Canfora. Check out his daily sports betting show, Wanna Bet, the podcast, and of course, video version. Follow Jason on X at Jason La Canfora. What were your takeaways from Chicago Green Bay?
What a game. I mean, first of all, just a really well-played, super compelling football game. I was really impressed with Chicago, man. I mean, they traded haymakers until, the very end when the defense ran out of gas, and no shame losing the way they lost in Lambeau. People might want to bang on the quarterback for the pick at the end. I mean, I don't know. Like, I kind of felt like he was running for his life a lot in that game. His legs kept them in that game. I think, I know there's people always want to pile on him, but I think he's going to be just fine. I was impressed with the Bears. The Packers are starting to look like who I thought they would be all along. The explosives, the play action explosives in the downfield passing attack had to return. It had to get back to it could be any guy at any time, because that's kind of what they've been, which makes it so hard to handicap their games from a prop standpoint. Because especially with Kraft out, it's like, well, who's the main guy? And it could vary from time to time. But Jordan Love bombs away, explosive plays. We hadn't seen that element for quite some time, and it's starting to pop up now the last, I'd say, 3-4 weeks. So I think Green Bay at Lambeau is going to be a real tough out in the postseason.
A lot of people were celebrating when the Colts traded 2 first-rounders for Sauce Gardner, who's now hurt, by the way. But now Daniel Jones is done with an Achilles. Be nice if the Colts had those 2 first-round picks the next couple of years, huh?
Because the biggest, the tell to the rest of the league when they made that trade wasn't so much that they overpaid for Sauce Gardner, because they did, but it was more that they also took themselves out of the quarter. Like, they made their bed with Daniel Jones implicitly by doing what they did. And they were going to tag him. They were going to keep him. Like, it was clear. They felt like they could win big with Daniel Jones. And now, is he going to be ready for week 1 or not? Like, you're not going to have to tag him. Like, what's that market even look like? And, like, really? Are you super sure? But you're not going to have a lot of other options. I have to assume ownership was fully on board with all this, but owners don't fire themselves. So I was talking to a GM this morning, and like, people have been kind of feeling like, is Chris Ballard just going to have a job for life there? I don't know, man. Like, that's one, and it's unfortunate, and injuries are out of your control, but the quarterback position is the most important position to manage. And when you do all that for a corner who a lot of evaluators feel like is way more good than great, and you're paying him like he's super great, and you're trading for him like you're paying almost a quarterback price to get him, or an elite pass rusher price to get him, and your season starts going downhill when you get him. Yeah, I don't know, guys, but the division is actually division's actually not a joke anymore. Yeah, I think there are major. It begs major questions about their offseason and how they're going to get back to that perch they were sitting on around what was week 10. They're like 8-2, right? And they've got an inside shot to the 1 seed. Oof.
JLC, we've got a pair of 8-4 teams going at it for Monday Night Football. Eagles, the road favorite. Eagles -2 at the Chargers. What do you think?
I like the under. It's gotten lower and lower, but that's kind of where I go here. I can't back either of these sides right now. Both offenses dealing with major offensive line issues that have really constricted the entire scope of the offense. You can run the numbers on the Chargers with Alt and the Chargers without Alt. It's not even the same team. Chargers defense has been really good at home, right? They've allowed 14 or less, like 3 straight at home. The Eagles average 15.5 offensive points per game through the month of November, and I don't know if that's getting all of a sudden a whole lot better here, coming off that Black Friday debacle. Harbaugh's perfectly comfortable with Greg Roman, right? Managing games, run, even if it's not going anywhere. The quarterback's been hit way too much. And I think the Eagles, I think Hurts probably, you look at Josh Allen, how much he's been running. You look at Lamar Jackson running for the first time all season, even though he's been really hurt. I think Hurts goes over his rushing attempts. I like Hurts to throw for a touchdown and run for a touchdown and get about 2-1 on that. And I think it's an under game. I like the first half under in particular. I played it up to 21.5. I'm not sure it's going to be the most entertaining game in the history of the NFL, guys.
Yeah. Overs all day yesterday. We've been doing this a long time, guys. When you have days like that, a lot of time the Monday game ends up going the opposite way of the way things were going all week long. And that's where we're at now. 11-2 this week to the over. Maybe get a game played like last night where that was a clear cut under. Maybe this one goes under the low number as well. Jason La Canfora. Check out WannaBet at Jason La Canfora on X. Thank you, Jason. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Good stuff there. Jason LaConfora. With so much going on with college football today, we shuffled things up a little bit, but we moved our Monday Night Football preview back. Let's get to that. We have not talked about Eagles Chargers. Let's dissect that one. Philly favored by 2. It's a low total of 42. We'll also give you some prop angles on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on a Monday. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A Monday Night Football preview. Eagles-Chargers going at it. We'll get to that coming up in just a second. Monday morning market moves in about 20 minutes, and top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern, we'll hand out our Monday moons. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Sam at SB Shoot on X. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. The show, Bet_Sweats. All right, both teams going at it tonight with an 8-4 record. The Eagles, at the moment, are the 3 seed in the NFC playoff picture. The 8-4 Chargers, they are the 6 seed in the AFC playoff picture. The number now sitting at 2. It's danced around a little bit. There's a time this week when it got to 2.5. It did very early. It did hit the 3, but then that came right back down. So it's been sitting right around here, 2.5. The Eagles are the road favorite. We know the Chargers have almost no home field, and this Philadelphia team, even though it's across country, we know going to that warm weather that they're going to have a crowd. They're going to be backed by their faithful Eagles fans. But the big thing here, Sam, is the Eagles are going to be missing some of their best players. Not only are they coming off an embarrassing loss against the Bears, giving up 281 rushing yards. Like, okay, extra rest. They're going to bounce back defensively. But will they? Because they're not going to have Jalen Carter. And as JLC just mentioned, on the offensive line, they're not going to have Lane Johnson. And their record with and without Lane Johnson, it's pretty staggering how bad it gets when he is not on the field. So arguably, your best guy on offense and your best guy on defense, not there for the Eagles, but they're still favored on the road.
You bring up Jalen Carter. I think it was Wednesday, the last show before New York, when I was talking about the Jalen Carter parlay. Georgia money line, Eagles money line. So that's halfway home. I have a couple of those that I would love to see settled the right way tonight. I didn't lay 2.5. I just had Philly to win. The total has come down 43.5 to 42 at BetMGM. Offshores are 41.5. So you've seen some play, no doubt. Shorting offense, betting the under. Understand it. You know, these D lines could have their day on both offensive lines, but I still think Philly's just better. Philly also hasn't played since last Thursday, or Friday, when they lost to Chicago somehow. So they've had a couple days to get this together. And I do like Philly in this role, in this unwanted, unsexy, short favorite role. A lot of teams I'd run away from, but Philly in this role has been profitable. And I have no reason to try and buy out of this parlay. The one thing I did think about, though, I love teasing up when totals come down. And what I mean by that is, perfect example yesterday was Pittsburgh. You know, that total came down from 46 to like 43, and you could take the Steelers from 5.5 to 11.5. And there were some people, I'm sure, listening yesterday morning like, oh, how can you tease from 5.5 to 11.5? Well, very easily. I go through 7, 8, 10, and 11. And Pittsburgh won the game outright. But a math guy or a Wong guy or a professional would say, you can't tease through 10. Okay. Why? Why? It was the perfect teaser leg yesterday. So that just goes to show you that, you know, you can be unconventional in this space. Taking the Chargers from 2.5 to 8.5 is probably a good look, and that would create an 8.5 point middle for me.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the short favorites yesterday, how any of them did. God, why? I still can't believe Indy was favored yesterday in that game. We talked about it all week. Like, I don't understand. They never win there. They're favored. They end up losing outright. Of course, you got the Daniel Jones injury. That was part of it. Miami was a short favorite. Never close. They win and cover easily 34-10. What else was short? Minnesota closed -1, and that was 31-0. Wow, the short favorites did great yesterday. You know which one didn't, which ended up not being a short favorite, which I never understood? How about all that steam on the Chiefs? You go to the line right before the game. It's up to 5.5, I think. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
How are we getting here? And then the opposite. once that game started going. I'm with you.
Oh, no. I just realized, you know what's going to happen tonight. So I just had to check because I forgot how my Chicago media contest did. I feel like I've been here 6 times this season. 2-2 with a Monday night pick.
I know.
I go 2-3 every week in this contest this year. Every week it feels like 2-3. So I am 2-2 with the Eagles as my final pick tonight in the pick 5.
I already told you what happened to me. 3-0 start. Broncos lose because of the Raiders field goal at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Last pick is this. Am I going 3-0 start and then 3-2 in the end?
Yeah, 100%.
With the way this year's gone,
who do you have?
I have Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Chargers outright. Okay, I'm going to get off that parlay.
Oh, no. Oh, you suck. Okay, so what I also did, and I told you at the time I was going to do this, I made sure to follow through with it. In one of the revivals, I'm Still Alive, double pick week, I told you, for you, I'm going Green Bay, Philly. And I did. So that one's pending.
Paul Aspen is 2 points out of first place. Paul Aspen has Eagles -2.5 tonight.
We're going to crush it tonight, guys. Yeah, we're good.
Oh,
we're good. Yes.
If we were in a bar right now watching Bet Sweats and it said Paul A, Eagles, Joe O, Eagles, Sam P, Eagles,
Chargers
what would
winning.
we be doing? Yeah. Be like, oh, what are the Chargers to win the Super Bowl right now?
Do you think that's going to be when they go to ESPN, they go to the game right before and everybody's got their picks? Is that going to be the case on the pregame show?
No.
Everybody takes Eagles?
No.
There's so much noise around the Eagles right now. Like
they're on the road. Yeah.
Oh, it's what? I mean, the numbers come down towards the Chargers. They're going to be on the it'll be at least split. It will not be an Eagles clean sweep.
Were they all I missed it. Were they all Chiefs last night?
Didn't see it.
I didn't either. You know what I watched last night? The Diddy documentary. Oh, dude.
Which one? There's been a few.
There's a new one. So 50 Cent put out a new one. I think it was last week.
What's this one on?
Netflix. So it's a 4-part documentary. Knocked out half last night. Dude, Diddy's obviously a freak. We all knew that.
Yeah.
Diddy's tied to like 6 murders I didn't even know about. I'm watching this documentary. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. I mean, you knew about Pac and Biggie. You knew that, there were a lot of links to Diddy there, but there were several other murders or attempted murders where it all leads to Diddy, and then he's found not guilty. And one of his old guys is in the documentary saying, why did I stay with him so long? You either get murdered or arrested or both. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, 50 did a great job. And I'm not even all the way through yet. I'm only through half of it. I would highly recommend if you're a fan of the 90s hip hop scene, or even if you're not, because 50 Cent is just going all in on Diddy. Like, he bought the rights to the videos. Yeah, he's just a full-on attack while Diddy's in prison, by the way.
And what he did to Cassie. I mean, I saw the last
Brutal.
doc. That was 3 episodes, I want to say? The last one. I'm forgetting which outlet it was on. That was pretty good, too. But now it sounds like I got to watch this. Off time coming up. A lot of docs I want to get through.
I got to last night. Got through Bears-Packers, and I'm like, do I really... I mean,
I didn't really want to watch
in the fourth.
Texans. I did, but I didn't really want to watch it.
In the fourth quarter, I mean, I'm following the game on my phone on the Score app.
Yeah.
And then late in the game, when the Texans finally scored the touchdown to go up 17-10, I'm like, all right, well, I will bust out the game on my phone. I'll watch it on YouTube TV. But I was peeled to the Diddy doc. I think it's called Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Yeah, that's it. Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
Awesome. Dude, that guy's made there's no doubt he's made more money since he stopped rapping, right? Like, all his business ventures, like, he kills it, dude.
Could be. Is he still, didn't he cash out big on vitamin water?
Yes, that's what I was referencing. Yes.
He was one of the first guys in. He got $100 million from Vitamin Water deal. That's what it says. Good for him.
Insane. Dude, I gotta talk to him.
But he
Maybe
gets
I'll
all
give
of
him some
Diddy's
ideas.
he gets all of Diddy's old friends that used to be friends that Diddy screwed over, and they all sing like birds. And we haven't
Yes.
heard yet from Bieber. I don't know if we're going to hear from Bieber or Usher or any of the other young kids that he brought in. And I mean, look at Justin Bieber right now. Good grief, the kid's warped. Poor kid. Who knows what he's been through? But yeah, I mean, through the first two, there are at least 3 of Diddy's old confidants that are all like, yeah, he's a piece of garbage. And he stole all this money from me and yada, yada, yada.
Did he have any of the girls from Danity Kane on from making?
Oh
the
yeah,
band?
he had the blonde.
Yes,
Can't remember
Aubrey.
her name.
Aubrey O'Day.
Yep. Exactly. She's in there.
Oh
yeah, they're all in there. 50 found everybody, and they're all like tweet, 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 tweet. They're all upset that because you couldn't. Back in the day, if you betrayed Diddy, your career was over. But now it's been
But now
25
everybody's
years.
against him. Now everybody's
Nobody
against
cares.
him. So
Nobody
you're not going to
cares
get in
anymore.
trouble. Yeah.
It's good. I would put it on the list for sure.
You watched the whole thing?
I watched. So it's about an hour, 55 to an hour per episode, and I believe there are 4. I'm halfway through.
Oh, I'm in. I'm looking forward to it. Eagles Chargers. We're all on the Eagles, by the way. I'm sure we'll talk about it yesterday, depending what the result is tonight. This Chargers upcoming schedule. I mentioned them a few weeks ago about missing the playoffs. They're still plus 164 to miss. They've got KC on the road, Dallas on the road, Houston, and Denver. That's not fun. Philly, KC, Dallas, Houston, Denver the rest of the way.
What are you going to do with that?
Houston. No, I think the Eagles lose this one, and then, rather, the Eagles win this one, and then you got a loss there. Is KC going to just kind of melt away, or are they going to fight here? They're going to Arrowhead next week.
They'll fight, but I can't get there on them to make. I understand the math.
No, I'm saying Chargers.
I'm
Chargers.
Chargers. You meant
winning or losing.
I heard you say the Chiefs going to fight though.
Yeah, in that game.
Let's see. Chargers to make the playoffs are off the board at MGM. I see minus 200, yes, and I would not lay minus 200 on the Bolts to make.
No way. And when that O-line goes against the Texans in Week 17, oh boy. Herbert, watch out. I hope you come out of that one alive. Doubt Denver's playing for anything in the last week, so maybe that one. But I think Chargers could easily miss, is my point. Because we're the 3 they're going to win, right? That's the idea that we're saying. You got to win 11 probably in that conference. Where's the 3? I don't see it. At Dallas is tough.
The Chiefs, back to the Chiefs for a second. The Chiefs have a win total right now of 9.5. If you would have told somebody that the Chiefs would have a December 8th win total of 9.5, what would you even say? Oh, is Mahomes hurt? Right? Is the entire defense hurt? Is Andy Reid in the hospital? What would you have said? No, actually, they're pretty healthy. Relatively speaking, they're as healthy as they've been in a long time. They're just not a good football team right now. That's the win total. 9.5, under minus 200, under minus 250 at multiple books.
How are they getting over that number? They got a sweep.
They're not.
I'm not betting on that. I'm not betting on that to sweep. Dude, I kept seeing these tweets pop up. What was going on with Mercer? People are mad about Mercer. Seriously?
Oh yeah, I got a million tweets. Yeah. Well, I Matoy liked Mercer, and I bet Mercer, and I talked about Mercer on this show. Yeah, and they lost 47-0. It was awesome.
Yeah, that happens. Doesn't matter.
Apparently not.
You lose
Apparently
barely.
Not.
And it's
Mercer.
Mercer.
You know what I've always said. If you give somebody Alabama, fine, they can get there by themselves. You tell somebody to bet Mercer,
then it's like a double
47-0. Yeah,
Because
even
they
though
didn't
it's
know
not.
the players. Yeah.
Dude, these people, yeah. And like Fox wants us to get more involved with social media and get into the comment section. And I'm like, the comment section is going to turn me into a lunatic. Like, it's going to turn me insane. But hop on in there, get on after it.
No.
Get in there
How
and
about
mix
no?
it up with the gambling internet comments.
Yeah. There's a reason, like our last guest at the top of the hour, Jason Lockenfora, he's like, yeah, I mute every comment. I don't see any of them, so it doesn't really matter. There's a reason. Sammy P. All right, let's do Monday Moons on the other side. Let's be positive. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Oh, no, that's later. Anyways.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Monday morning market moves over to college and maybe NFL if we could squeeze those in. But Sam, let's hit up let's do college football playoff. We do have Army Navy. We've got all week to talk about Army Navy and the Army Navy under. We can get to that coming up. But let's talk about these numbers we have on the 4 playoff games. Remember, these are on-campus games this first round. And guess what? The SEC has a whole bunch of home games, and the numbers certainly reflect it. What do you have for these playoff games, first round?
Before we do that, I would just like to point out that Indiana didn't lose a single football game this year. Can we do that here, or would you like to save that? Am I ruining a surprise or something like that?
We can still do it. I have it as a moon, but
okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We can still do it.
No. If you have something planned, that's fine. You and I don't go over the show. Some shows, I think, want to talk everything out beforehand. Okay.
Yes.
We'll leave it
I'm
at
type
that.
out what
There's
I'm going to say. I'm going to read it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let's go full circle a little bit. We get a little nostalgia. Joe, do you remember the early days of this show? The 6 a.m. production calls? Some dumbass producer wanted to have. Who was that? But in my defense, Joe G, Hawk, and you, it was good to do. I think we did him through the Super Bowl. And then I was like, all right, can we be done with these, please? But
nobody wanted to do them. Nobody. So it's like, it gets to the point. Why are we doing them?
We kind of needed to. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
You had them up at 6 a.m. Chicago time on a call?
I was up at 6 a.m. Yeah, because I cared, Sam. Dumb me. Friggin' moron. But Hawk was driving to school with her toddler. Joe G was somewhere making breakfast for his family. No, he was obviously running around doing kid stuff for his family as well. So I'm sure I was public enemy number 1, but lesson as always.
Was Jake at these meetings at 6 a.m.?
No.
Yes, he was.
Was he?
He was on the call. Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
No, he wasn't. No.
I don't even
sure
remember.
Wasn't.
Jake was on the
They
CTA. We would have never heard a thing. All we would hear were.
Are you sure they weren't? Are you sure they weren't 7 Central? They were 6. I thought it was an hour before.
It was an hour before. Oh, that's
okay. Yeah, that's.
Wait. I don't know, Joe.
Paul has been fun with time zones once again.
Right?
We haven't done this one in a while.
Time. What are we doing?
It was kind of weird because there were things that needed to be said that people were scared to say on those calls too. And it's I'm not doing this at this hour in the morning. Yeah.
So
it's strange.
Final answer, 6 a.m. Pacific. No. Now I'm confused. I just Paul Aspen myself.
Mountain.
Yeah.
Mountain.
Yeah.
Well, the show is 9 Eastern. The show is 9 Eastern. So the meeting would have been 7 Central.
No,
and 5
7
Pacific.
Eastern. It would have been 7 Eastern. Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
There's
again.
no way we did
No
the
way.
call 2 hours before the show.
What is happening right now?
We might have, Joe. I don't know. I gotta go back and look at my. I was gonna say, I don't know, Verizon, T-Mobile, whatever.
We really
call
don't
log.
have to. There are a lot of times. Yeah. The show.
You know what else was fun? Since we're going down memory lane, and this was my decision.
You know what shows have meetings? By the way, pulling people behind the curtains. You know what shows have meetings? Daily meetings. Bad shows. I'm not saying. I'm kind of saying.
Are you saying it was a bad show?
Well, you're concerned, right? Otherwise, you're not having the meetings. It isn't necessary.
Well, Joe, I mean, if we want to go through the chapters of BetQL Daily and Bet Sweats, as far as concerns and the amount of calls I had to have at certain points, this was not from a. This was a brand new show. Let's try and get everyone on the same page. And again, to be hand up, I came from a TV background. So I was trying to get on the same, you and Joe G were radio guys. Hawk was more of a TV background as well. And getting everyone kind of on the same page. I I was going to say I would do it again. I don't know that I'd go back and necessarily change anything because otherwise I've been like, all right, roll out the ball and see what happens. With three
Kind of
different
what you have
people,
to do.
Eventually. You had to get
But that's
some
how you've always sort of handled this show. You've just kind of thrown the ball up and let us go.
Well,
Right.
yeah, it's a little different 3 years in, and like you
Took
guys
Paul a while to get
have
there. Yeah.
have a rapport and everything else. But
Yes. I will say the worst version of the show was before Paul, though.
really, wow, I'm surprised you. I mean, thank you. I guess,
Put
but
that on
I'm
the
surprised.
put
I
that on
thought there was a
LinkedIn,
close
Paul.
second.
Put that on LinkedIn.
Paul did not produce the worst version of the show, only the version that got canceled. Yes.
Yeah. You produced the best version. Eli Hershkovich can also put it on LinkedIn too.
Eli was producing. Who was hosting?
It's just a bad combination.
Who wasn't is a better question.
That's true, but Ross Tucker.
Oh.
No, him and Eli did not get along. And they fought every day.
Noted gambler,
on air,
Ross Tucker.
On air, off the air. And it was a thing. How do we get here?
Me. Good producing. I also, just last thing I'll say, I also miss waking up at 4 a.m. in Phoenix to like do shows for the Super Bowl. That was great.
Paul was so excited to bring this up, he slid his mic into the camera, like just now. He's like, and another thing. We pull this a little bit closer.
Yes. Yeah. It's fine.
As you were. Yeah.
9.5. Sam, college football playoff numbers, or is there something else that you wanted to hit on?
I think Miami's going to beat Florida or beat Texas A&M. Sorry. I don't know why I said Florida. This was a follow-up on Mike Shope on Friday asking if Montana was in New York because he was trying to make a parlay of FCS bets. And he goes, is Montana, is that in New York? I think he was half kidding, but it was very funny. So all this talk about Miami, should they be in, should they not? I like them. I think this game should be – I have a true number of 2.5 on the game. So now that I can take 4.5 at a couple books. Now, MGM's 3.5, but you could find 4 and 4.5 in the market. I would take the points with Miami. I'm sorry, and I've been hearing a lot of shut up, crybaby, shut up, bitch about Tulane in the last 24 hours. I mean – Tulane's going to get smoked, right? Are they really going to hang against Ole Miss? Okay, because Tulane people are telling me that, Tulane's going to cover and keep it close, and I kind of just want to fade them.
We saw this game. That's the other thing. We have 4 first-round matchups, and 2 of them are rematches. Ole Miss won on September 20th, 45-10. Thank you for giving us this game again. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to it. 45-10. Ole Miss had 548 yards in that game.
Yeah, Lane's not worth that much. Oh, Lane's gone? Oh, he brought some coaches with him? Okay, so it's going to be 35-10 now. Or 35-17. I would never bet Tulane in this spot.
The Friday game, December 19th, Friday night, is Alabama-Oklahoma. That game is going to draw numbers, no doubt about that. Bama the favorite. Now, Oklahoma opened the favorite at spots, right?
It depended on where you were looking. One book opened Bama 1.5, another one opened Oklahoma 1.5. So
okay,
Bama is, it's still kind of all over the place. Pinnacle and Chris have Oklahoma -1. There are pick'ems, and there are also at the domestic books, the BetMGMs, DraftKings, FanDuels, it's Alabama -1.5. So you could bet 3 different numbers at this point.
I get why they've made Alabama the favorite. It feels like they've settled more of that way, but Oklahoma won 23-21. Alabama outgained them by about 200 yards, and this was a turnover game. But do I want to lay anything with Alabama on the road in a playoff game the way that their offense has been trending for quite some time. I'm not talking about a game or two. We've been talking about this for a number of weeks. It's been a while here with Alabama, and they look so bad with, the thinking was, is their season on the line? Maybe, and they were non-competitive in the SEC championship in their third loss. So I get it. That's what's always going to happen, Sam, when you have one team, okay, turnovers are on one side, and then the losing side of the game, they outgain the opponent by a couple hundred yards. Next time they play, people are going to flip. They're going to go on the losing side and bank on those turnovers not happening again. I understand why some of those books made that move. That makes sense to me. I get it. But I just have a tough time laying any sort of a point spread with Alabama on the road in the spot.
-3 rushing yards against Georgia. And now you got to face Oklahoma and that run defense. So, look, Bama has not gotten better. They just have not in the last month. I think Bama has kind of gone the other way. But as we know, the SEC, ESPN, Alabama. Like, if you don't understand that triangle, you just never will. I mean, the first voice we heard during the playoff show that wasn't a host was Nick Saban in an Alabama red sports coat. That's what we did yesterday. That's how we watched. Let's go to our first guest. Let's go to former Alabama coach Nick Saban. Like, what are we doing? The third game on Saturday that we have not talked about. We talked about Miami. I like Miami. We kind of lean to Ole Miss. Schwartz and company think Oregon is going to name its score against James Madison. He says that they will not be caught. Oregon will just run and run and run, and the speed will be too much. You agree?
Has Schwartz ever picked against Oregon?
No, he doesn't pick against Oregon. He just doesn't pick the game.
He won't say it. Yeah.
Like Oregon.
Yeah, he'll just – right. Yeah, probably. First blush, I like Oklahoma. Obviously, Oregon and Ole Miss advance, but Oregon to cover. I'm with you on Miami. We've been waiting for this spot, right, to pick on Texas A&M, and we were most likely going to do it no matter who the opponent was. But Oklahoma, Indiana, woo! That's going to be fun, Gerch. All right, Monday Moons is next, I promise. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Well, have fun with that. John Murray is a huge soccer guy, and he wants me to go with him to the World Cup match. It is mid-June in Seattle. The U.S. men's national team will take on Australia. I don't think I'm going to go, but we had to hear about USA soccer Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So the soccer moon is very strong, as one would imagine. This show, not a big soccer show. Remember we bet the draw a couple times and made money? I'm like, oh, let's just bet the tie. The last moon is I like to call this one the flagship moon. After 3 months, the Chiefs are dead. It's over. It's done. I don't want to hear it. No more best team in the league. No more Mahomes this, no more Kelsey that, no more Reed that, no more if you don't have a Chiefs bet, you're an idiot. The Chiefs are dead.
All in.
I did not plan that, for the record. I'd just like to be clear. I did not plan that. Let me do one more pour out for the Chiefs, who are finally dead.
Does that make room for another Super Bowl bet, though? If they're eliminated, you can bet another Super Bowl, right? Well, I can go with the Commanders, too.
What about the Texans? Texans next?
Because I think that's too easy because they're the ones that beat the Chiefs. But you might be right because the Texans might win out. It sounds crazy. Look at the schedule. There's a chance that they could win out. Yeah, that could be it. Indy's out, too. It's got to be another AFC team. Is there another one in the mix? Not the Chargers. Could be the Texans. Could be the good call there. All right. Very good. I saw people complaining about the World Cup stuff, and Murray was one of the tweets that I saw. I had no idea what he was talking about. He was complaining, and he's like, and I'm like, what's he talking about? And I couldn't figure it out. I eventually figured out, oh, the World Cup draw. How exciting. All right. I've got some moons to hand out. You started going down this road, so let's do it. Let's do the candy stripe pant moon to Brian Gertch and company. I will never forget one of the great moments on this show, 10 Toes Down, when Gertch was so upset with the way the defense looked. Was it Kennesaw State? I always forget which non-conference game it was.
I believe it was Indiana State. They won 77-0.
73-0. Yeah, 70. I think it was 73, maybe 77. Yeah, and then Gertch's takeaway was 10 toes down. Indiana is going winless. When Mendoza's at the podium and his teammates are chanting Heisman and he's got that you-know-what grin and Klatt's like pumping it up. And, of course, Heisman, another Heisman moment for Mendoza. I couldn't help but think about Gertch when they're on the podium celebrating an undefeated season. It was truly remarkable. There's wrong and there's being big wrong. And I don't know that anybody's ever going to be more wrong than saying a team is going to go winless. And then they go on, they get the 1 seed, they go undefeated. Maybe they end up being the champions. And I think the likelihood is that their quarterback is the Heisman Trophy winner as well. It's truly remarkable. I can't wait to see how this pans out for Gertch. So candy stripe pant moon for Gertch. Let's go OPOY moon. 2 more touchdowns. JSN. Colts. Season over. Oh, let's check the numbers. There is a God. JSN minus 370.
Let's go.
Minus 370. So then this morning, I'm like, wait, which book was it at? I got to make sure that's still there. I don't know why I was thinking 80. Anyways, when I bet it, it was 50. And that was middle of September. It was 50-1. But thankfully, I did find the ticket. So feeling good about JSN right now as the offensive player of the year. He's minus 370 favorite. Jonathan Taylor is third. I wouldn't mind if CMC comes back in the mix here. He was off this weekend. We grabbed some of that 40 last week. Wouldn't mind that. But as long as it's not Gibbs or Taylor, I will be very happy. One more moon to hand out. Have you seen this Turkish female basketball star, Semih Naz Oget? I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But she's phenomenal. She scored 69 points in a game the other day. And I saw Anthony Edwards say, I'll let her drop 69 on me any day. So Horny
Come
Moon
on.
goes out to Anthony Edwards.
Come on. Really?
Yes. Look it up. That's what Anthony Edwards said. And I guess it's an ex of his. I wasn't sure who the quote was from, but there was a female that said, she doesn't want to be your next victim. Calm your small blank. So good. So good. Some NBA drama over there. Anthony Edwards, Horny Moon. All right. Paul, do you have any moons to hand out?
Not following that. Nope.
You got none?
Oh, yeah. Here's one, I guess. A me moon. Because all week I was with you guys. Notre Dame deserves to be in. All numbers are saying they're in. Doing inside the betting lines with PJ Glasser on Saturday. Notre Dame. We start the show with that conversation. Notre Dame. Around, I don't know, time zones. 2:30 somewhere. Texas Tech's in control. It's pretty clear they're not going to bail out the committee and knock them both out, even though the ACC title game hadn't happened yet. And Jesse Palmer, on top of like the Miami Alum Association doing their thing all last week, pounding the table for Miami. Jesse Palmer, like they put the bracket up. It's clear BYU's not going to make it. He crosses off, or at least circles, it was on mute, Notre Dame in the bracket, and literally writes with the telestrator Miami. And at that point, I knew. And I bet Miami at 2-1 to make the playoff. Despite the fact that I thought it was insane, I thought it was the wrong decision, but I also realized, you know what? If I was the committee and I want to soft launch Miami past Notre Dame, it'd be great to have a TV partner to do my dirty work for me. And I don't think that's too tinfoil hatty, but I think it's pretty clear everyone got the assignment. And that was when I knew Miami was going to make it over Notre Dame. And that was before the SEC title game too. And Notre Dame was minus 1,800 to make into Sunday morning. So not being stubborn, moon, like I was with DeMar Hamlin against Joe Flacco, moon, life, moon. So that's all I got.
Two quick follow-ups. Number one, Notre Dame was minus 3,000 yesterday to make the playoff. Like 11 o'clock Eastern, minus 3,000. Second follow-up, I love that we've just stopped naming real moons and creating moons.
I am the moon. I am the moon.
I am the moon. I am the Eggman. I am the walrus moon.
Yeah, leading up to the selection show, like Lifshatz, our buddy Dan Lifshatz at Sports Hub in Boston was tweeting it out. He's like, Notre Dame to miss. I just bet it at plus 790. As it was getting closer, he's like, okay, it's plus 1120. Something must have leaked. Nope.
It was the only reason I did Miami. I felt pretty confident Miami was getting in and again, the committee's run by the SEC. The chairman's from the SEC. They're probably never going to leave Bama out, but I at least felt Miami's definitely in. Maybe with a total dud, and 3 losses, they keep Alabama out, which is why I went to Miami angle. But shout out to anyone who bet Notre Dame to miss.
I can't believe Alabama had -3 rushing yards and did not drop a single spot. That's a joke.
Insane.
It's amazing. Some guys, some teams perform poorly. You drop. Other teams, because it's Bama, because you're at that cut line, you do not. So a 3-loss, all that conversation about a 3-loss team can't get in. Well, a 3-loss team.
Yeah.
Got it. Go to. How's Texas feel today, too? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that. Whole lot of issues. And now nobody's going to schedule any tough non-conference games moving forward.
Nope.
Hope you're happy. Hope you're happy. Jake, did you have any moons today?
Yeah, I got 2. The first one is going to be something I texted Sam on Saturday night anyway. Serbians, moon. Southeastern Europe, moon. Itches, moon. The Fighting Illini, Eastern Europeans, just slapped the bleep out of Tennessee. It was awesome. But what I didn't need was Jelly Roll for 30 minutes at the booth giving his life story. Don't care. Show me the bleeping game. Ravitch alone is bad enough. Why are we talking about Jelly Roll's weight loss journey? I do not care. Show me my giant Eastern European sons. Thank you. Anyway, Illinois wins by 13. That was awesome. What?
Jelly Roll?
Did he have any tips?
What moon?
All I heard was Paul saying any tip, and I was like, what? I don't know. I was not listening. But also, second moon, phlegm moon. I just woke up this morning, just the worst head cold of my life. I'm fighting demons right now.
Sounds like
it. Yeah, I hate my life.
Yeah. Sounds like you've been out drinking with me all night. You should have also, Jake, I know you were telling us about your moons. When you said Serbian moon and itch moon, Paul's face was very confused.
I didn't know where it was going.
Man,
no idea.
Jake had a weekend. Ooh, boy.
No idea where you were going with that. None.
Yep.
It's part of being a jester.
What was the itch part? Was one of the guys
because everybody on Illinois.
Got it.
Ivicic,
I got
Mirkovic,
it after
Petrovic,
I said it. Okay, got it.
Stojakovic.
Yeah.
You know, we really should have had a meeting this morning to discuss this, Paul.
6 a.m. See all you tomorrow. I stand by those
Jake's
decisions.
moons.
Yeah.
What do you stand by?
The early production calls. No one had any idea what they were doing. Just trying to make cohesion.
Why is this on your mind today?
They just got brought back up.
I know, but why was it earlier?
Oh, just like, can you? I'm just like making fun of myself for the dumb stuff I used to do to like.
Hey,
yeah.
He's filling out the LinkedIn directed morning meetings. Period. Enter.
Yeah.
It's under his skills.
Skills. Conference calls.
Skills moon.
All right, other side. Let's find out where the room is at.
What
Monday
is on
night
the other
football.
side?
Eagles, Chargers.
Paul, do we have to send someone to check on you?
It's fine.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football. Eagles-Chargers coming up in a few minutes. But now all the games are done, Sam. And the Heisman votes are being collected right now. A lot of, I would say a good amount of the voters wait until I don't know. Is that Paul?
Yeah, who's backing up a truck right now?
Like somebody they're backing up into my building. Yeah.
Yes. Garbage day over there?
It's actually, it might be. Maybe I'll become a truck driver, like in Top Gun. Maybe that's the move.
It might be garbage day. Do you not know?
See you as a truck driver.
Oh no, I don't know.
Yeah. You don't know what day they collect the garbage? Like you got to get everything out of the house?
Well, it's an apartment, not like a condo. I don't know. There's a trash can in the hallway that I put my trash in.
Okay, so you don't bring it outside.
Trash chute?
Correct.
Okay.
No shoot.
I got you.
Just a standalone trash can in the hallway, community trash.
There's 3.
Okay. Very good. So on the show, we talked a bunch about the move on Pavia. The odds kept dropping, and the case for Pavia not playing. Jeremiah Love not playing. Mendoza saying, okay, what would you need out of that? Well, you probably need Sayin to win because he has dropped. But what you really need is neither of them to go off. We were talking about it, and Sam, you'd said, look, 3 touchdowns by either of them, that's going to win it. Neither of them had 3 touchdowns. Neither of them had 2 touchdowns. Each of them, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Mendoza, saying doesn't even matter. You eliminate him at this point, 258 yards. He's a loser in the game, and he was the fringe guy anyway. He was 4th on most people's list, so I'm eliminating him. Mendoza, 222 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in the Big Ten championship, and then they're on the podium, and everybody's pumping him up. Oh, well, there's the Heisman moment again. You got to give him the Heisman. So I did a quick poll. Again, smaller sample size, but who wins the Heisman? Mendoza, Sayin, Pavia, Love. Sayin 4%, Pavia 15%, Love 25%, Mendoza 56%. What do you think? Is it Mendoza?
Yes.
Should it be?
I think it's more storyline than anything else. Indiana went to the college football playoff last year and then went undefeated this year, and nobody else stood out enough to win it. So I wouldn't be betting anybody else. I'm certainly not betting Mendoza, but I will say yesterday Mendoza was minus 5,000 at BetMGM. Now he's minus 2,500. So that's come in a bit. Are you saying Pavia 12-1, 15-1? Is that the bet?
Boy, I didn't even look because I just assumed it was going to be Mendoza, but you're right. It's only Pavia. It's not anybody else. It's definitely not Sayin, definitely not Love. It's Pavia-Mendoza conversation. Mendoza probably wins. I agree with you. But at 9-1 or any number in that range, I think it's worth a bet because they might surprise us. They might.
Is it a bet, though, or is it an idea to make a bet? Because you're not saying bet it. But are you bringing this up because you think Pavia should win it or because you don't think Mendoza should?
I'm bringing it up because we had the Big Ten championship and we thought that was going to be the game that's going to decide everything. And Mendoza had a mediocre game, right? And he had the game that if you have a Pavia ticket, you're hoping Mendoza would have. And he got that game. You just didn't get the Ohio State win, which probably would have helped you a little bit more. That's why I'm bringing it up, that the game happened and I didn't walk away saying, okay, now we know the Heisman winner. I still think it's up in the air.
The post game for Mendoza was brutal. Did you hear that?
I watched the whole thing. Yeah.
Awful.
As far which part of it?
Awful post game.
Just
just all of them.
When they were
glory to God,
pumping
like
them up.
a million
Oh
times.
yeah.
His post game interview speech, I thought was wild, just wild.
And he tried to hand the microphone off to somebody else, and then Klatt's like, "No, hold on, we got to talk about the Heisman here." And Fox is promoting that like he just won the Heisman, obviously because they have the rights for the Big Ten and all that. And
this was with Jenny Taft. This was Jenny Taft
on the
with
field.
Mendoza. right after the game. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
the
did see
game
that.
ends, and Gus says, "Let's go down to Jenny." And Jenny's with Mendoza, and he's like, "Oh, guys, glory to God, we just try to hurt us in our darness." And you're like, "Oh, God.
It was strange. It was strange.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
take a
very
breath.
weird."
Yeah, I mean, he's a kid, but I
I
do get
know it was.
I
I saw
I
a
do get
very funny tweet.
annoyed.
Somebody said that Mendoza makes Russell Wilson look like Tupac Shakur.
Dude, I don't like his smile. It bothers me because it just says all I see is teeth. Every time he speaks, he won't stop smiling. I'm like, all right, I get it. You're happy, cool, but chill a little bit. Yeah, that whole post game thing was interesting, to say the least. But Gertz says that they'll go winless.
Gertz loved the speech. He's claiming he loved every second of it, of the Mendoza
Should we just follow Felica? Because Felica's right the entire time about Miami, and he made the case for Pavia, and he was talking about the regions last week. Maybe we should just follow Felica. He's right on all this.
Felica had a great year, man. He finished, I want to say 8th or 9th in the Westgate contest, so he gets a check.
I saw that.
Yeah, no, it's been a great year for him. Has not been a good year for me, but he's been very, very good. He gets one of them big. I think he's going in today. He flies tonight, and he flies into Vegas because he's going to Urban Meyer's Hall of Fame thing, and then he's going to swing over to the Westgate and get the big cardboard check from the Westgate.
I think he got 8-9 grand, something like that.
Yeah, $9 grand,
that.
I believe. Good for him.
For like 6th place.
Oh, is it 6th? I thought it was 8th or 9th.
You might be right.
He was second a couple weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, maybe. He was in second place in the contest.
And that's a good payout.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's 5 times, maybe.
Damn. Wow. I think there's a chance that we're going to have single digits. A few weeks ago in the Circus Survivor. A few weeks ago, it's like, there's going to be so many winners because so many people and it's all chalk. Nope. We've had the crazy results. The top 2 most popular plays go down this week. So after Thanksgiving, where it's all underdogs, it's been a wild, wild finish to the year, and we still have over a month to go. All right, Joe Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats. We got Monday Night Football on tap. Let's find out what the room is thinking.
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen, executive producer, what do we have for tonight? What are the 5 most popular props?
All right. Chargers, Eagles, 5 most popular props at BetMGM. Number 5. Kamani Vidal. I can't keep it straight. Yeah. Under 9.5 rushing attempts. That's a healthy minus 150.
Wow. Why? Against this Eagles rushing defense? Under 9.5 rushing attempts, and he just went off?
Yeah. Well, because Hampton's back, I guess, right?
He's questionable.
But I guess they're betting on that.
I guess that's the idea. All right.
Okay. Don't know why they picked this guy tonight. I think I'd go elsewhere. AJ Brown, over 60.5 receiving yards.
Good number. Is the argument? Not me.
That's minus 118. All right. Jalen Hurts, over 30.5 rushing yards at minus 120.
Not running the ball as much this year. And now they're looking at it and saying his number is usually in the 40s, right? Mid 40s. Now you get it at 30. Maybe that's a bit of a bargain. Let's see. That's right in his range, man. Wow. 31, 33, 31, 27. Those are the last 4 games.
Okay. What about the attempts? Because the number 2 most bet prop at BetMGM, For tonight's game is Hurts over 7.5 rushing attempts at -130.
I just have no idea what to do with that. I mean, I would never know where to start. I guess if you look at his box score, I mean, that's what most people do. They pull up the Jalen Hurts box score and look at the last 5 games or whatever and make their conclusions off that. But when you're handicapping Jalen Hurts rushing attempts, Joe, where do you even start?
Yeah, I mean, last 8 games, if you want to go on a trend, 7 of them he's gone under that number on attempts, but it's been so close many times. So there's some 7s in there. So I don't know. I mean, it's a coin toss. Is he going to get that one extra rush? Or are they going to be more desperate because of last week's loss? I don't know. Is he going to run more with Lane Johnson out? Not quite sure. So if you look at quarterbacks against the Chargers, do they give up a lot of yards rushing? No, not at all. -6, 9, 0, 6, 0, 7, 4. That's yards. And not the most mobile quarterbacks over the last couple of months, but they don't give up a ton on the ground. There are certain teams that do. The Chargers are not a defense that does. I would stay away from these Hurts betting over rushing attempts, rushing yards props.
And I was trying to see if maybe, and I mean, they see that the Chargers are very good against the run, especially recently. So maybe if Saquon or the run game with the running backs gets stagnant, maybe they turn to Hurts. I don't know, but
yeah,
not a look for me. And the number one most bet prop at BetMGM, McConkey over 49.5 receiving yards. That is at -110.
That's it? Wow.
Well, it's up to 50.5 at BetMGM, and that's at -110 currently.
That looks like free candy, doesn't it? Oh, he's only got to get 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not really interested in doing that. Nope. I don't see any of these props really popping, really all that interesting to me. It's tough because, okay, now you got no Jalen Carter, you have no Lane Johnson, you have a beat-up Chargers offensive line, and now Marion Hampton is apparently going to be returning. They're betting into that a lot, right? He's one of the more popular touchdown plays, too. I don't know. There's a lot of question marks surrounding this game.
If we're thinking under game, right? Maybe it's just fade the AJ.
Probably. Is that the one you want to just pull out of the hat? AJ under 60.5, right?
Yeah.
When's the last time you had a Saquon game and nowhere to be seen in the top 5 prop bets?
Well, I think they're looking at what he's done because of their O-line. And the one thing these Harbaugh teams have been historically good at is crowding the line and making the quarterback beat you. So if we're playing into the narrative and the recency bias, we're looking at Saquon unders. The problem is that's what the room does. So by way of fade, should we be looking at the Barkley props? I mean,
72.5. Man, that seems steep but maybe.
Him?
Yeah.
You think it's too low?
69?
No, I'm saying high. I know historically, I mean, he's further up, but current Saquon, that's tough to get behind for me.
Okay, so Barkley's +110 to score a touchdown. We've seen him in the past be -150, -200, -300.
Uh-huh.
Joe's licking his lips.
Well, I scrolled down to look at that, what the touchdown price was, and he's +110. And I remember so many times -250, -300. This is last season.
Yeah, in the playoff game against Washington, I remember I felt bad at the time because they wanted best bets for the championship weekend. And I put Barkley -200 anytime touchdown. And he ended up having 2 or 3. But, how could you bet -200? Because I think it should be -400. So if you're buying Barkley, you're buying really good numbers. Last year in his run, he was 95.5, 98.5.
About the same price for Hurts.
And this way, if it's a screen pass, you don't have to worry about the rushing yards. You're Yeah, I think Barkley touchdown. Hurts, you said, yeah, plus 105. Are they going to shy away from the tush push because it blew up in their face last week? I don't know that they are.
I don't think so. I can't believe, no team thought of, hey, maybe you strip it as he's just standing there in a sea of men. Yeah, the Bears are some innovators. They decided to try and force a fumble the way that's been covered this week. Very strange. All right, lightning bets on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in a moment, Joe O. Sammy P. All right, so one of our regular listeners and viewers love it when people reach out and they actually thank you for stuff. Unlike Sam, you always bring up the ones that want to kill you, losing bet, which happens. But it's nice when you hear from people that thank you. So I heard from someone that was thanking us for our Survivor conversations last week, not Tampa and not Cleveland. And those are probably going to be two of the more popular in a lot of pools. And they were the two most popular in Circa. And, Tampa, they lose outright as an 8.5-point favorite. Nobody's noticed, but they've been really bad for 2 months. Really bad. Ibuka could not catch a pass if you watched any of that game. He was terrible. So many drops in that one. I bring this up because there was a listener thanking us for talking him off those teams. Twice he switched off. He had Tampa, then he went to Cleveland, and then after listening to us again, he got off Cleveland, and he ended up going with Green Bay. So I checked in the ones that started at the beginning of the season, the Survivor pools that I have, the bigger one for 75K, which is the one that this guy reached out about, the idea of a chop, that might be tough to facilitate with 7. But then I checked, okay, let's see what's going on. The high stakes one for 55K. Sam, there's 4 left after the carnage yesterday. 4. Guess who's one of the 4?
Cody Westerland.
Nope. Not Cody.
Sure easy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and the relaunch. Yes, he texted me yesterday.
No,
this
is
F me.
Original. This is the original high stakes one.
What?
That they won, that they took down last year.
Jeez.
So now he's in the Final 4. Unreal. Took the Rams yesterday. Good stuff. Only 4 left. Now we're at that point in the season. So yeah, they might take it down in back-to-back years, which would really be something. So good luck. Good luck as far as that goes. And then you look at, we didn't have much time to talk about next week's numbers, but if you look at it, there's so many double-digit favorites in the NFL because of all the quarterback injuries that we had yesterday. A lot of times people talk about saving teams, this and that. Let's look at some of these double-digit numbers. Let's throw Houston into there, even though they're not. It's Houston minus 9.5. Circa actually has 10 against Arizona. Philly minus 12.5 against Vegas. Jacksonville minus 11.5 against the Jets. Seattle minus 11.5, some 12.5 against Indy and Riley Leonard. San Francisco minus 12.5 against Tennessee. Ton of massive favorites next week.
Some bad quarterbacks. Speaking of,
awful.
Did you see what went viral yesterday? So Shador, I believe, throws or runs for a touchdown. And then he's laying on the ground face down, and he goes to get up. And the camera angle, I mean, it looks like he's wearing a gold thong in the photo.
No,
have you not seen this?
No. Come on.
If you just go to Twitter and type in Shador, you got to spell it right. Shedeur, thong. Have at it, man. It's very funny because it looks like it's a gold thong. You see it?
Holy crap. Come on.
Went viral.
Come on. Yeah, I see the still shots. Definitely a thong. Jeffrey Simmons kept doing the Shador dance. He was having an awesome game for the Titans yesterday. Kept doing it. Yeah, I see it, unfortunately. I want to unsee it. This tweet, probably the one that you saw, 2.2 million views. Crazy. That's bad. That's rough. All right, let's go to the lightning bets. What do you have?
Let's do the Barkley touchdown. Plus 110 at BetMGM. I'm going to check. I should have checked during the break, but I was too busy looking at Shador's thong to shop around for a better price. Best touchdown price you could find
Plus
is
110.
Yeah, that's pretty much the consensus price, plus 110. Okay, I'm going to do that, and then hopefully the Eagles just win the game, because I did give out last week. I gave out a Georgia money line and an Eagles money line parlay. So hope the Eagles win, and I hope Barkley gets into the end zone.
What was the touchdown last Monday? No, it was the sack. Abdul Carter. Right?
Oh, yeah. We hit that one.
He had a half a sack all year, and then we were talking about it. All right, it's time, and he got it. That was a cool win. When both of us saw the number, the exact same talking points, the idea, we landed on the exact same thing. So I feel like I have to join you on Saquon, but Eagles. Come on, Eagles. Give me a win. Give me a cover. I see a lot of pressure. I don't see a Vic Fangio defense getting embarrassed like they did last week. Again, whether we're talking about the run or not getting pressure, even without Jalen Carter, I still think they're going to be able to get home. So Eagles go on the road. A lot of support there. They win and they cover the 2. So I'm going with the Eagles. We're on the same page there, and I'd really like to see the Eagles win so I could at least have a 4-1 week. I mean, please give me a good week finally. It's been a rough road. All right, Paul Aspen, lightning bets. What you got?
On Barkley, also there is an odds boost token, 25% odds boost token at BetMGM. You can boost to plus 110 up to plus 138. So that's what I did. And AJ, fading AJ, under 60.5, receiving yards at minus 110. And go Birds.
Fading him. Okay. Yes. Jake, anything?
I wanted to go Eagles, and I probably will, but the positivity bunny, the inflatable rabbit that they put in the locker room, is really
what?
Oh,
what?
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't even know what you're talking about.
Never mind. Forget it.
There's a positivity bunny.
I will read you the exact phrasing.
Is it real?
Oh, it's real. Oh, it's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. The Eagles have installed a positivity rabbit into the locker room to emphasize positivity and good vibes. The offensive line has stressed that they are not sad. They just wanted a good vibes bunny. And it is a giant inflatable
It's
bunny.
15 feet tall.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Never mind. Chargers alts.
That's your team,
Well,
Paul.
Didn't they go in the big run after the flower speech before?
Oh, it's water and dirt and stuff. Yeah.
Philly
That's a
media's
good point.
got to be killing them.
100%.
Yeah.
I might go to the Philly
You know
bar
what,
tonight.
though?
There's a bar down the street that's an Eagles bar. I might have to go there tonight and get buckled with the Bunny Boys.
It's really good that this game is on the road. I know I said it'll be more. I mean, it'll be 50-50, if not more Eagles fans than not, but it's different than them booing the hell out of you 3 minutes in at home.
Yep. All right.
I think.
Go Birds. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Sam, I know you'll get a kick out of this. I saw this the other day that, everybody's jumping in on Chicago. You got to have something related to the Bears, so it gets talked about a whole lot. Bona Beef also. They have a good, better, best promo that they were promoting all of last
year.
Good, better, best. Good, if the Bears beat Green Bay, everybody gets cheese fries. Better, if the Bears beat Green Bay by 7, everybody gets a free Italian sausage. Best, if they win by 2 touchdowns, everybody gets a free Bona Beef. My simple question is, well, what if the touchdown favorite actually wins? What do we get? I didn't get a response. I don't think they're getting anything. So they get all this free promotion, and they don't have to give away anything because the Bears lose.
What do you get if the quarterback goes for it all on 4th and 1 and doesn't get it? Needed 1 yard. Went for the home run. Intercepted. DJ Moore's wide open on that play, too. I know hindsight's 20/20.
I know.
You know what's wild? And I agree with you. You said this off the top. And I thought this right away, right when they got the ball. I texted my buddy who's a huge Bears fan, not in a group thread, because I don't rile up the group threads. I could have very easily put ha 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 ha, but I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Took the high road. If they scored a touchdown, they were going for the win.
100%.
Yep.
Yes.
He was going for the win. You know it, and I know it. Get out of there with a win.
The books that do post look ahead lines, not just 1 week, but multiple weeks in advance.
Green
I do
Bay
see
-1?
on. Yep, -1.5.
Yep.
What's that going to close?
How?
Pick?
I was gonna.
You'll get Bears money. It'll show.
They should beat up Cleveland. But we'll see. Who knows? Shedeur threw for like 400 yards yesterday. He had a great game.
In a thong.
In a
What
thong.
were you gonna ask, Paul?
In a thong. Yes.
How about yesterday for Chicago? Bulls lose by 30. Hawks lose like 7-1. Notre Dame gets knocked out, and the Bears lose to the Packers.
That's a tough Sunday. Yeah, Quenneville.
And it
Quenneville
snowed.
came out looking for blood in that game.
Yeah.
Because Quenneville's coaching the Anaheim Ducks now.
Yep.
So think that one was personal, Joe?
Especially after they lost to them last week. Yeah.
Yep.
So what does he do? Tell him score more goals? Try harder?
Yeah.
Up on your skates.
Try harder.
Yeah.
Move those feet.
Forecheck. Get the
What
pucks
does
in
Barry
deep.
always say? Barry Rosner? Pucks on net. Sometimes puck go in.
Yeah.
We should. I
Pucks
was
on
thinking
net,
about
good
this
things
too.
happen.
We've got 9 shows left. We should hit some home runs here. We should get Rosner back on. We should get guys like Corby back on. One more spin.
Who else?
We should
Who
do
else? We're getting tweets about it.
DeCaro, Julie DeCaro.
No, we're getting tweets about GRP.
GRP should probably come on. Tony
Last
Miller
show.
claims he's coming on, and Kenny White.
Okay.
We'll see. They've been dodging us all season, Paul.
Find out. Yep.
2026.
9 more to go. We'll be back tomorrow, I think. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.